Hello everyone and welcome to your reading. This is Bright Soul Collective Tarot and my name is Laura. And today's pick a card reading, we are going to be doing like a 3-month forecast for the spring season. So we will be kicking things off. The vernal or spring equinox is on March 20th, and that brings us into the spring season. So this reading will be the entire season all the way through to June 20th. The summer solstice is on the 21st of June, so that's when we will be moving into summer. So the whole idea is we are going to be focusing on like the general energy and themes for the entire season of spring, and then we'll pull some tarot to take a closer look at each one of the months and get some clarification, and then finish off with some affirmations. And I decided to also do some channeled messages. It's a practice that I've been doing in my monthly zodiac reading, so I decided to do that as well, just to see if there's anything that might line up in that capacity. So yeah, this is something a little bit new. I thought it would be fun just coming into this season, and I'm still going to be doing my monthly zodiac readings, and I'm going to try and come out with a couple of more like pick a card readings, but I thought that this would be fun to take kind of like a longer term look at what kind of energies might be coming in, how you might make the best of this spring season, and just to see if anything might resonate for you guys. So I will say also that because we are covering a longer period of time, it's going to be a lot to keep in mind. And I know even myself, when I do look at like forecasts for longer periods, a lot of time I do kind of lose focus or forget about certain things. So usually like I'll make a point of watching it once. Sometimes I revisit the video like maybe like a month down the road and just kind of see even in hindsight if anything makes sense, or just to have a refresher. So even if you watch it once, if you come back at any point in time for clarification, that might be something that's helpful to you, especially if you like there is something that strikes you that it's like, oh, I think I remember this. Like it might be helpful to come back. I know sometimes I end up doing that, so that might be something cool to keep in mind. So this will be a little bit longer in nature, these readings, simply because it is going to be for a longer period of time. I know my monthly zodiac readings are long, but they're more in depth. So this I'm not able to go as in depth just because we're focusing on multiple months, but it's going to be a detailed yet general overview of the spring season for you, and it'll be based on like this pick a card style, so whatever you're feeling most drawn to. As always, the readings are general in nature, so not all of the information that comes through will be for you specifically, so take anything and everything that resonates. And again, definitely an open mind to coming back and revisiting the video, because that might be helpful. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else I should say. I think that's it, but I've got 4 options for you here. So we've got pile 1 with this Chrysocolla. Pile 2 is this Howlite. Pile 3 is this Obsidian Arrowhead. And finally, pile 4 is this Strawberry Quartz Palmstone. So now is a good time. If you need a little bit of extra time, you can pause the video, take a look at the options ahead of you, maybe take a few deep breaths to center yourself and see which one you're feeling most drawn to. And when you are ready to make your decision, you can go to the description box below, and I will have all of the timestamps linked. So once you select your reading, you can just hit that link and it will take you right on over. So I'll see you there. Hi there, pile 1. Welcome to your reading. So if you chose this Chrysocolla, then these will be your messages. Again, so this is going to be for the entire spring season, starting on the equinox on March 20th and carrying us all the way through to about June 20th, as the summer solstice is on the 21st. So we'll cover that whole period of time. We're going to take a look at the general energies for the entire season. We'll take a closer look at each month and what that might have to offer. And then we'll tie everything up with some affirmations. And so obviously before I get started, as always, this reading will be general in nature. So not all of the messages that come through will pertain to you specifically. So definitely take anything and everything that resonates, however that makes sense for you. Keep an open mind to anything that strikes you that might be helpful as you move through these next few months. And yeah, simply leave the rest. So I've got your oracle cards here for the overall kind of season and the energy. And yeah, we'll pull some tarot after that as well. And I decided to do some channeled messages for your pile, like I've been doing with my my zodiac readings. So I'll go ahead and start with that. So the first thing that I noticed when I sat down to channel your energy is like there was a lot of, I don't know, it was kind of like a sense of curiosity, a sense of adventure, like things being out there just waiting to be uncovered, and like this enthusiasm to kind of I don't know, to kind of get into things. Like it was like a very interesting feeling. So you might be feeling particularly adventurous. Maybe there are some doors that are starting to open up and you're ready to start connecting with opportunity, which I must say is a very good energy to be in. Because yeah, we're at the beginning of the astrological new year. It's a time of like rebirth and awakening. And it's a really great opportunity to kind of like start easing things into motion, especially if there's a specific direction you're looking to go in. So the first thing that came through in your channeled messages was Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. So like the Beatles song, I don't know if that song specifically might be important to you, the Beatles in general. I thought that was an interesting one, so it might be worth listening to or taking a look at the lyrics, obviously pretty obscure. The next thing that came through was a flash of blue light, and I had my eyes closed and it was kind of like in my periphery. It almost reminded me of like, you know, the light on top of a snowplow when you see it go by. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone or how that might apply, but I just thought that was interesting. I also know that blue light and flashes of blue light can sometimes be associated with Archangel Michael. So perhaps if you're somebody who is aware of that or into the angels, you might have a connection to that energy this month. The next thing that came through was greatness. So that's definitely a sense of, I don't know, like maybe aspiring to greatness. Maybe that's something that's on your radar. Like maybe you kind of feel like you're coming into your season where you're ready to start making moves and you know, having people take notice. So that is kind of an interesting energy. The next thing that came through is orchestrating. And so orchestrating is like, you know, to have a strategic plan in place and to execute that plan. And so it's a little bit different than kind of just being organized in general, because it's like with orchestration, you have an end goal in mind and you basically set everything up so that like there's no opportunity for things to go other than the way that you intended. So it's like, and sometimes it can even mean that like there might be like an unfair advantage, or there isn't the opportunity for things to shift and to give way to other competing factors. So I don't know, maybe that's something that's important to you. Maybe that's something that you feel like you need to do in order to be successful. The next thing, or you could even feel like you're up against that kind of energy where you're like, something that's going on in your environment is heavily orchestrated and it's really difficult for you to get around that or to connect with opportunities or to find a space to kind of get in there. That might be something, especially if you're working or dealing with anything that's like highly corporate in nature. It might be difficult to kind of find your break in that sense. The next thing that came through was forcible confinement, which is really interesting. That's kind of like a very challenging energy. So it could be speaking in like broader terms, in terms of, you know, limiting beliefs, like pushing yourself into a box and only operating within like a very strict set of guidelines. It could be that, or it could be legitimate. Like you might be dealing with somebody who is like really controlling or very manipulative. There might be a sense of fear of like not wanting to cross this person. And like forcible confinement, it's the fact that it's illegal to use force to force somebody to remain in a location. And so that could be like anybody who's trying to keep you in one place, like if you get in an argument, for example, and your partner isn't willing to let you like leave the house to go get some space, if there's any kind of like threat, like that kind of stuff, you'll know if you're up against that kind of energy. But it can be subtle in nature and in terms of control and manipulation, and you might not realize that it's actually not legal for somebody to do. So if you're in a position, obviously, like, I don't want to be giving anyone legal advice or anything. I don't want anyone to do anything risky. And I don't get the sense that there's like there might just be a connection to this type of behavior. Maybe it's something you've experienced in the past. But I get the feeling that it's like, it's really important to reconcile that, like, you can't be held anywhere against your will, right? And whether that's coming from external sources or whether you're doing that to yourself, maybe something to be aware of this month. The next thing that came through was Allegra. There's a lot of Italian words and phrases that were coming through. So you might be Italian, you might be going to Italy. I don't know, there might be some strong connection to Italy that might be on your mind. But yeah, so like Allegra, which in Italian, I think it's like joyful, happy, lively, like that kind of energy. And then the other thing that I thought about was the medication for allergies, right? So this doesn't really surprise me because springtime is usually when everyone's allergies start acting up. But yeah, so either like in terms of the meaning of the word, like either focusing on or trying to connect with joy and happiness, maybe there's something related to Italy or something Italian in nature that specifically is connected to your joy and your happiness. The next thing that came through was Montepulciano, which is like an area, I believe in like southern Tuscany, maybe. There's obviously like a wine associated with that, the like vineyards. It's like a specific area. So I don't know, that might have some significance to you. Maybe it's worth looking up if you're not sure. The next thing that came through was fortuitous coincidence, which is just like a random combination of words. And when I actually Googled to get the exact definitions of those words, they kind of mean almost the same thing. So fortuitous can be used in terms of like, oh, like a fortunate or lucky coincidence, but it can also be like something that like is out of the ordinary, something that's not planned, something that happens. And so the thing that it made me think of is it's like actually the example that was given when I looked up that phrase specifically said like when you go on vacation and then you run into your neighbor on vacation. So they've like chosen to go vacationing at the same spot as you at the same time without any planning, and you run into them there like across the world or whatever, and like that's a fortuitous coincidence, right? And so I think it's just important to be aware of that this spring season. Anything like that that's coming up on your radar, anything like that happens, there's probably something more tied to that. It might be an opportunity to learn or grow. It might be validation on something that's important to you or an area of focus. It might just be like a nice a nice like happy accident. So to be aware of stuff like that can also connect to signs and synchronicity. So you might find yourself running into more of those little coincidences this month. The next thing that came up was alla montagna. So like to the mountain. Like I said, there's like a lot of Italian coming up here. So you might be going to the mountains, you might be in the mountains, maybe you're going to go to Italy and vacation in the mountains. I have no idea how that might make sense to you, but yes, there's a lot of Italian references coming through. The next thing that came through, I have no idea what it is. It was kind of like a sound. So it was kind of like mike or like miche, or yeah, like if I had to spell it again, it's almost kind of giving me Italian vibes. It might be like Miche, or maybe like an accent in there somewhere. But yeah, the sound was like mike or miche, something like that. So literally the most bizarre thing. I have no idea what that could be. So if you have some kind of connection or that makes sense to you, I would love to know because I have no clue at all. The next thing that came through was gravitas. So like, yeah, something having a lot of weight to it, or the sense of something being very serious or very powerful, very impactful. So you might be experiencing things like that yourself. There might be people around you that are presenting that kind of energy, or there might be feelings and experiences that hit you like really deeply. They're really heavy, and they kind of cause you to stop and take stock of, you know, maybe your life, your outlook, your situations. But yeah, that was really interesting. So I don't know if that might make sense to you. The next thing that came through was myelin. So like myelin sheath. So just, I recall from my days back in university that, so myelin is like a fatty coating on neurons, and it's basically what allows the electrical impulses to travel quickly and smoothly from like between neurons, like along nerves. And so issues with myelin often are the result of like neurological disorders or diseases. So like MS. The other thing that came up was like GBS, like Guillain-Barré syndrome. So I don't know if maybe you're dealing with somebody who's having nerve issues. Maybe it's like maybe that could be an issue. It's that, you know, the impulses are not necessarily making their way appropriately, or like there's some kind of like interruption. So perhaps that's something that you're already aware of. And so that could result in like any number of things. It could be like general like nerve dysfunction and like numbness or loss of sensation. It could be like loss of mobility. It could be like, depending on where this is impacting, it could also be like difficulties like processing certain information, difficulties with speech. And so it's basically like there's no problem necessarily with like the brain and brain function. It's just the execution as a result of these impulses not being able to make their way through. So that's really interesting. I'm not sure, you might have a connection to that, or that might be something that you're experiencing or someone around you is experiencing. But if that strikes you, it might be worth looking into. And then the last thing that came through was I can't give up. So it's kind of like a sense of, you know, maybe things have been a struggle, maybe things have been slowed down, or there have been some disappointments, and it's kind of like feeling slow and maybe a little bit dragged down, but like knowing that you have to rally, and knowing that even if you're not feeling it, like even if you're not in a space right now where you're really like amped up and ready to take action, it's just like knowing that you can't give up is half the battle, right? And that, you know, things will shift, and if you just kind of focus on doing what you can and focusing on what power you do have and how you can make the most of that, then like that will help your energy shift slowly but surely. It's not putting too much pressure on yourself. Okay, so we'll take a look at your oracle cards now. So your first one is called. It says soul gifts and training. It's time to step up. And your second one is clean it up. All right. So I kind of like this energy because I'm going to start with this card first, just because with this season, like I said, so springtime puts us at the beginning of the astrological new year. The end of the year, like in Pisces season, can be really heavy. There can be a lot of tough emotions and experiences, things that we're working through, lessons that we're trying to kind of like integrate and move beyond as we move into Aries season. And with the spring equinox, there can be like a tangible shift in energy and in focus, and we kind of get a little bit of revival in spring, right? Because it's like the soil is fertile, things are, you know, thawing up. It's time to start thinking about what kind of seeds we're going to plant, and knowing that we've got a whole year ahead of us, and that things are not going to manifest immediately, but we can start kind of laying the foundation. And so this gives me the feeling of like spring cleaning. So you might be at a stage right now where it's like you have been going through a lot, or there's been a lot that's kind of just been hanging around in your energy, and that in order for you to start connecting with the things that are important to you, and to make the best use of your energy, this is basically just saying like now is a really, really good time to take stock of what is taking up your time and your energy and your attention, and just kind of allowing yourself to release anything that isn't necessarily serving you or doesn't necessarily have a purpose to you right now. Anything that's cluttering your space, whether that be mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually even. And it's knowing that, we go through cycles, and like the winter period for most of us, it tends to be a pretty slow, pretty restful period. It can feel really challenging because we're not necessarily feeling energized. Things are not necessarily manifesting. It's kind of like, it's like the death and a slowdown before this rebirth. And so, you might feel like it's a little bit of a struggle to get out of that energy and to kind of fully embrace the opportunity of this new season. And if you are feeling like you're off to a bit of a slow start, or you're not feeling particularly driven, a good thing to focus on, especially right in the very beginning, would be just doing what you can to start kind of clearing your space. So you can start even just with the most basic things in like the physical sense. So sorry, my dog is barking at someone. So that would be like tidying any clutter in your house, because the idea is like any little thing that's like a mess or that's out of place or that isn't necessary, it can kind of drain at you, and it's like, especially if there's a mess or there's clutter or there's stuff that's disorganized, and it's impacting your efficiency. That's one thing, but then it's also like being aware of it and not doing anything about it, or not necessarily having the time to do anything about it. It's there and it's wearing on you. And they also say that, physical clutter impacts us on an emotional and a spiritual level. And so it's hard to feel, organized and calm on the inside if our environment is a little bit chaotic. So it might be worthwhile, like maybe, part of your preparation for the spring season and part of your self-care is taking time to, get things in order, throw out anything that is not useful, or donate anything that you don't need. Really just kind of be mindful about what is serving you, what is helping you, any way that you can organize or streamline your systems. And I get the sense that this is going to be an energy all through spring. And especially if you're somebody who looks forward to summer, if summer is like your time to kind of like shine and when you feel the best and you're the most energetic and you're the most busy, it's basically saying like, if you're working your way to that energy, this season, so the spring months, are going to be a really, really great time for you to just give yourself the benefit of tidying everything up, getting a lot of stability. You get that cleanliness, that organization, so you can be peaceful and calm and focused. And then when things do start to pick up and you become busy, or you've got other things that you want to be spending your time on, you're not going to be held back in any way by like clutter. And then this also speaks to like mental clutter, emotional clutter, and that can obviously be tied to physical things. So it's like, it's like if you've got unopened mail that you've been avoiding, or like bills that need to be paid, or maybe there's like maintenance on your house or your car that needs to be done. It's sometimes we can avoid those things, especially if there's any sense of feeling overwhelmed or overburdened, but it's basically saying like, if you can just start taking those small steps to work through those things that are wearing on you, those things that need to be done and aren't necessarily going anywhere anytime soon, the more that you can work through that, even just step by step, that's just going to be lightening your load a little bit more each and every day. And eventually you'll get to the point where you're feeling, like your head is above the water and you're not struggling so much. So there is also like, you might be feeling a little bit overwhelmed, or like you've got too much on your plate. And this also speaks to stuff that isn't yours. So it's like, obviously we all have our responsibilities that we have to look after. There's like an inevitable portion of our life that is going to be focused on that, but it's also being mindful about how much you're taking on from other people as well. So if you've got a lot on your plate and you are already feeling a little bit overwhelmed, and it's like you've got mental and emotional clutter that you're trying to work on clearing, it's also being mindful of like, what is yours and what is your responsibility to tend to, and what belongs to everyone else, right? Because if you're in that position where you're trying to set yourself up for success, you're trying to clean house, get rid of the things that are no longer serving you, which again is a good time energetically to do that, because things are ready to be released so that you can start setting your intentions and connecting with the energy that you want to move through this astrological year with. it might require you to take a look at your relationships. This could be work, anywhere that you are maybe carrying a little bit heavier of a load than you need to be. If you're somebody that focuses a lot on helping and supporting others, if you feel like you're needed, I think that might be a big thing also, is like anyone that you feel like needs you. And sometimes, like, obviously we rely on each other. We're humans, we're a group, we're social animals, right? But sometimes we romanticize the idea of someone needing us or being needed. And it's like, well, I could never do this, or I have to do this because this person needs me, or they're relying on me. And that's all well and fine to a certain extent, but we don't want to be locking ourselves into codependent relationships. We don't want to be taking away opportunities for other people to be responsible and to deal with the things that they need to. So it's kind of like, if you are in a space where you're trying to get yourself in a good spot, right? You're trying to let go of the things that aren't serving you. You're trying to lighten your load and work through things so that you can kind of feel a little bit lighter and more refreshed. Doing that for somebody else might feel like something that is helpful, but all you're doing is making your workload heavier. And you're not necessarily doing anything good for the other person either, right? Because if you can take responsibility for what's yours and the weight that is inevitably yours to pull, you can focus your time and energy on doing that, and you're going to see a really great benefit from everything that you do. Whereas if you are expending a lot of time and energy trying to take care of things for other people, especially things that those people should be taking responsibility for or caring about for themselves, you're not really saving them or helping them. And in fact, sometimes that just sets up like a codependent dynamic where that individual doesn't learn to work through whatever feelings or anxieties are associated with those things. They're not accustomed to, or they don't learn to kind of like focus their attention and awareness on it and follow through. They're not going to go through what they need to and see that they are capable of doing it for themselves, and that will help them, show up in a more equal kind of way, especially in like relationships and partnerships. And so it might seem like the right thing to do, or it might seem like something that's expected of you, especially if you're somebody who, like, maybe acts of service is your love language. But it's recognizing, like, if you're in that dynamic, you don't want to be spending all of your time, or like a good chunk of your time and effort, trying to take care of things for somebody else, because it's not going to help them with you doing that, because it's just going to prevent them from being empowered and realizing that they can and will do it themselves. So you can't save them from their own reality, right? All you can do is love them and support them. And just like you have to do the things that you've got to do, and you're responsible for your half and your portion of things, so are other people, right? And so it might be a time to also lovingly kind of help people be accountable for their own side, right? And to take stock of, like, these are my problems, these are my actions, these are my things, these are my bills, these are the things that, I need to worry about, and I will take care of them. And these are things that I cannot take on because I need you to step up and pull your weight in this area, right? And I think that's just a normal, fair thing. It can be an uncomfortable position to be in, but yeah, it's, especially if you feel like you're dealing with limited resources, if you're overwhelmed on any given level, or you've just got a huge amount ahead of you that you're trying to clean up. It's recognizing that sometimes we end up making things more difficult than they need to be by taking on more than we need to, taking on what isn't ours. And so I think that part of what you might be having to release is that drive to take care of other people, beyond just the reasonable level. And this also is tied to love, and it can be tied to how we give and receive love as well. So for example, in your relationships, it's figuring out like how you're showing up and how you are impacting and participating in the dynamic, and how that is affecting the relationship or the interaction as a whole, and what you need to do to kind of like play your part in making a relationship healthy and happy, and recognizing that, that's as much as you can do, and the other person or the other people have to kind of be willing to show up in that same energy and take responsibility for their own things. And like I said, sometimes we can romanticize being needed. Sometimes we put pressure on ourselves because we feel like people need us. But quite often, the more that we give in to them needing us, the more that they need us, and the less we have to give as a result, because we're putting so much of ourselves and so much of our energy outside of ourselves, and that's not necessarily coming back to us in those kinds of dynamics. So it's also saying like you can be loved without being needed, and that being needed by somebody, it doesn't equate to love. And you also don't need people to be reliant on you in order for them to love you and respect you. So that might be, I don't know, it's kind of like a tricky energy, but yes, I would definitely say over these next few months, be aware of anything that's looming over you, anything that's feeling kind of overwhelming or disorganized, and really just kind of slowly, step by step. This is a very gradual energy because, like I said, this is for the whole season, so over the next few months. So I think it's just really important to make sure that you're taking small bites, not biting off more than you can chew, not making an incredibly long list of things to do that you'll never get done, and then feeling badly about yourself at the end of the day. This is all about slow, steady cleaning, decluttering, giving yourself more mental space, more physical space, creating a more calm environment that's conducive to clarity, right? And kind of setting you up for success down the road. And this can also be like if you're moving, if you have moved or you are moving, it might be like in the process of packing things up and unpacking, you're having to really pay a lot more attention to what you need. Maybe there are things that you're going to have to get rid of. But yeah, so spring cleaning all across the board. I think that's something that's going to be really helpful to you, especially if you're feeling overwhelmed. And just know that that energy will pass, and it's just something to work at day by day. Just really be focused on what you can do and just do a little bit each day. And then with called here, so it says soul gifts and training, it's time to step up. I kind of get the sense that part of the stuff that needs to be released, part of the stuff that needs to be like dealt with and cleaned up or just completely trashed entirely, and focusing on the things that, have served their purpose and that you no longer need to carry, or the things that you've been carrying that aren't yours. I think that's like setting the stage and freeing up more energy for you to focus on what it is that you feel called to do. And so it's not feeling like you have to sacrifice the things that are important to you, whether that's a project that you want to start, whether that's something that you're looking to achieve, whether it's just, like your personal time, your self-care, your hobbies, whatever it is that's on your mind that you feel drawn to. You might be already aware. Maybe you've got certain gifts. Maybe you're an artist. Maybe you're a teacher. Maybe there's you might already be aware of it, but there also might be the opportunity for you to start kind of uncovering new things. And it's basically like, yeah, anything that you feel passionate about, anything that you feel curious about, that you feel called to do, anything that is important to you, that you feel that kind of pull toward, it's something meaningful to you, right? And that's part of the reason that you came here, and to experience that for yourself will benefit you and your own growth, but also give you the opportunity to perhaps, benefit or influence or empower the people around you as well. So it's not just about you. And if you're focused on helping and supporting other people to the point where you don't necessarily give yourself the opportunity to step into whatever those gifts are and like pursuing those or practicing or sharing or, giving yourself permission to take up that space, it's not just you that you are holding back. It's all of the opportunities and all of the experiences that could unfold as a result of you stepping into that energy, and the other people that can be impacted by that as well, because there's more to it than just how it's going to play out in your life. It's kind of like a double-pronged thing. Like, it'll be beneficial to you, but it will be beneficial for other people in different ways, and you can't know exactly how that will pan out or what that will look like, but it's really like, look at this big door out into the universe, and it's like she has to give herself the permission to kind of step out there. And there is a sense of the unknown. There is a sense of like taking a leap, And so it might be something that you've been thinking about or that you've been wanting to do and you feel scared to do, or you might feel limited as though you don't have the resources, or it's, you know, who am I to do this? So there might be also like, there could also be like some inferiority, like an inferiority complex. And I know that the trouble is, like, if we are trying to move towards something that is heavily structured, or if we're surrounded by people that are kind of in that field or have the same interests, it's also being aware of the fact that part of the reason that sometimes we can hold ourselves back from taking those leaps is because we're worried about what other people are going to think, or we're worried about being judged, or it's kind of like, you know, well, yeah, I want to do this, but who am I to do this? Like, I'm not qualified, or like, I don't know. And like, you're looking at other people, and kind of comparing yourself and finding that you're coming up short or lacking. And it's really about recognizing, like, everybody has to start somewhere. And if it's something that's important to you, you have some kind of connection to that, and that is important, right? And so you don't need to be a professional. You don't need to feel qualified, right? Because if it's something that's meaningful to you, it's meant to be in your life for a reason, and you have to give yourself the opportunity to be that, to jump into that and to see what it holds for you. And so this can be like, comparing yourself, and being willing to let go of those comparisons, any judgments that you place on yourself, any judgment that you're afraid of coming into contact with from your external environment. And the other thing that came up, like, that I'm sensing too, is like gatekeeping. So sometimes people, how do I explain this? Like, sometimes we run into energies when we're on a path towards something that's important to us, or something that we feel called to do. Sometimes we run into people that are already kind of in that field, but they try to put limitations on how people can exist and how people can show up in the world, and what you have to do to be qualified, or what you have to do to be good enough. And it's kind of like, so if you've got people that are trying to shove credentials down your throat, or trying to make you feel as though you can't move in the direction of your choosing because, you know, you need to go through all of these specific steps, or you need to get a degree, or you need to have somebody else tell you that you're worthy, or it needs to be handed down to you. Like, for example, in the spiritual community, there's a lot of gatekeeping. Like, even with tarot cards, it's like people say, well, you can't be a tarot reader unless somebody in your family reads tarot and passes it down to you and gives you a set of cards, which is absolutely not true. So it's just being aware of any kind of energy that is emphasizing you not taking that step, and recognizing that that's not because you shouldn't be doing it. If anything, I would take that as a sign that you probably are on the right path, because if you are drawing in people that are questioning you, and trying to put you in a box, then chances are you and your energy has sparked something within them that's caused them to become a little bit defensive, or maybe get into their ego, and they're being challenged to kind of deal with, you know, with their own feelings of inadequacy, or their own fears about if they're worthy enough, or if they're qualified enough, or if they're capable enough. And so just know that if that's coming into your reality, it's not anything to do with you. It's really just a projection or a reflection of whatever that person is experiencing. Because when we're in this, when we're kind of in our infancy and we're really trying to give ourselves permission to step into our calling, that kind of energy can be really it can be really damaging, and it can really kind of throw you off your game. It can get you into your head and out of your heart, and it can make following your path or following your dreams seem like something that isn't feasible. And I would say that's not the case. So it is time to step up. And the more resistance that you have when you're starting to step up, the more you need to step up, because if it's already difficult for you to give yourself the time and space to follow the callings of your heart and to start taking up space and like sharing that with people, you're going to be challenged to do that. So if it's difficult and you're starting to do it, and you're running into more of this resistant type of energy, it's not because you're not meant to be doing it. It's because you are meant to, and you're being tested to like kind of stick to your guns. And so I think that letting go of, you know, the beliefs that don't serve you, cleaning up your environment, you know, making sure that you're taking responsibility for yourself and what's yours, and everything else, that whether it's being projected or expected of you. It's just making sure that you set those boundaries and hold people accountable for their own work, their own behavior, their own part in whatever kind of relationship you have, and know that, you know, in order to really start moving in a direction that you feel called to, it's like there's a lot that's surrounded by, you know, this sense of giving yourself permission. So we're going to take a look now at the months ahead. So we'll do the remainder of March, interestingly enough. So March, and then we'll do April, May, and June. So there's April. May. Oops. Oh, okay. I just dropped a whole bunch. We're going to have to redo that. Okay, let's try this again. So yeah, we've got March, April, May, and now we're going for June. And then we'll also clarify these energies as well. So these cards are just giving me a really hard time. Okay, so let's get June. All right. So for the remainder of March, you have Judgment. April is Page of Cups. May is the Magician. And June is the Seven of Swords. And at the bottom of the deck, we have the Sun. So basically, this is really interesting. I like how this lines up. So with the Sun being here and coming up with called, it's kind of like perhaps the things that you are feeling drawn to, the things that you know that you want to do, like maybe you felt like you're being held back, or there's something blocking you from fully like accepting that is supposed to be, or even can be, a part of your life or a bigger part of your life. And it's like, I get the sense that it's this wanting to move in the direction of joy and happiness, you know, fulfillment, like kind of like this ultimate positive energy. Like, so you might have been going through a lot of like heavy or challenging things, and it's like, gosh, I just wish I could be happy. I just want to get to the point where things are feeling good and I can, you know, have fun, I can be social, I can celebrate, I can do the things that I want to do, I can do the things that make me feel good and valued. And so, and this can show up in any area of your life, but I think like if you feel like you've been on this path to like finding your bliss or figuring out like what that is, what that feels like, what that looks like, that yeah, cleaning house on all fronts and stepping into the energy of allowing yourself to move toward the things that you're called to do, and recognizing that they're meant to serve a purpose in your life. They're meant to, there are valuable learning experiences and opportunities for growth, for your own development, and then for others to be positively impacted as well. That's what's going to take you here. So it's kind of funny. It's like this card has such a dull energy. So it's like, it gives me the sense that yes, this is what's motivating you. And like, this is probably the energy that you're looking to get into. And so, you know, spring, as much as there's a huge amount of opportunity and things are starting to move again, it might be feeling pretty dull and dusty, right? Like maybe that's your energy right now. And so you might not be able to kind of step into this really exciting energy immediately. There's probably going to be kind of like the groundwork that needs to be done. And so I really like that for the remainder of March, you're being encouraged to let go of judgment. So the way that you judge and criticize yourself, any judgments or criticism that you accept or take on from other people, any fear of criticism, fear of not being loved, fear of not being accepted. This can also be a fear of not being worthy or not being qualified, not having enough experience or knowledge or intelligence or support to do whatever it is that you want to do, and recognizing that essentially that's irrelevant because those are all just, it's not reality, it's not truth, those are all just ideas. And you're only as stuck or you're only as bound as you allow yourself to be based on the beliefs that you're holding on to and what you're choosing to kind of see. And so, yeah, the remainder of March might be a really good opportunity for you to kind of just start stepping into a new light where you're not going to be tied to judgment or expectations. And even like with the spring cleaning, the first step might be the ways that you're keeping yourself stuck. And it could be beliefs that you have about yourself, your worth, stepping into your light, stepping into your power, taking up more space and doing the things that you feel called to do. Anything that keeps you from stepping into that energy is going to be a good place to start, I think, because I think once you start investigating what it is that's holding you back, you'll probably very quickly realize that it has nothing to do with you and what you really feel, what you really think, what you really want. Chances are it's something that you've picked up along the way, either as a result of the way that you were raised or the way you've been treated in relationships, the expectations, socially that have been that you've kind of like absorbed. And so it's recognizing that anything that's limiting you or holding you back or making you feel fearful and limited, whether it's coming from you or whether it's somebody in your environment that's actively putting that energy onto you, it's recognizing that inevitably you have a choice. You have a choice if you want to commit to and believe that. And if it doesn't feel good and empowering, if it doesn't feel aligned to this joy that you're looking to experience, then it's saying like you can make the choice to let go of that. And in letting go of that, you're going to free yourself. I'm actually going to pull the clarifiers right now before we move through. So we'll get a clarifier for this judgment card. Nope. Okay, so we've got the Empress. Okay, I'll get the rest of the clarifiers out here. So Page of Cups, we've got the Queen of Wands. Let's clarify the Magician. The Hermit. A lot of big energy here. I do very much get the sense that like there's something big that you're moving toward. I think it's just, yeah, the inner work that's looking to be done. And then we've got the Four of Wands under the Seven of Swords, the King of Swords here at the bottom of the deck. Yeah, so, okay, so with the Empress here under Judgment, it's basically like the Empress is kind of like a Mother Earth energy. She's very fertile. She is, you can see she's pregnant here. So there is an opportunity to, birth something new into creation. It could be like entrepreneurial, it could be a job, it could be moving into a new position, it could be like a rebirth for you on an emotional or spiritual level. It could be like a legitimate pregnancy, a baby. So it's like whatever it is, there's the opportunity to be transformed by this process of creation, of bringing something new into the world. And this could be your own gifts or stepping into your own authenticity, right? And so it's kind of like if you want to move in a new direction that feels more aligned to you, it's taking the time to let go of judgments, let go of the things that are holding you back, the things that you've absorbed from the people around you. And it's about how much influence you allow other people's words and expectations to have on you as well. But it'll allow you to kind of step into this opportunity to really harness your creative power. So whether you're having an actual baby and stepping into a brand new role as a mother, and the transformation that will come as a result of that, and letting go of your judgments of yourself now so that you can move through that experience, in a way that is beneficial and organic to you and follow your own heart. Or whether it's allowing yourself to take up a new hobby, or to lean into a new hobby, or maybe to like own something that's important to you that you've been kind of keeping quiet on, or hiding away from the world because you're afraid of how it's going to be received. And it's basically saying it's there, ready to be born, ready to impact your life, ready to transform you, if you let go of your ideas about what that means or how that can happen or your worth. So March seems like a really beautiful energy to start, and like figuring out like what it is that you're going to create, what you're going to be birthing into the world. And so April is the Page of Cups. So yeah, that's like the When Pigs Can Fly card. It's a very dreamy energy. So it's kind of like daring to dream, right? And it's like allowing yourself to connect to creativity, your imagination, your wildest dreams, and just kind of think like, if you did not put any limitations on yourself, what would you be able to achieve? What would you want to achieve? So innovation comes as a result of like creativity, imagination, because if everybody who invented something great was worried about whether or not it would be feasible or how to make it happen in the most logical, practical way, all that's going to do is introduce a whole bunch of roadblocks. Whereas if you can kind of get into that dreamy, creative energy and consider like, if anything was possible, then you can kind of reach and work backward, right? So it's like, if you've got the idea that might seem larger than life or unreasonable, you can kind of work your way backwards and figure out like, if that's what I want, or if that's the end goal, okay, like, how do I start getting there? And it's a very heart-centered energy as well. So it's also trusting your gut and your intuition, and recognizing that there are opportunities for emotional fulfillment and abundance and happiness that you probably couldn't even fathom. And like, things can turn out in ways that might surprise you, right? So it's like opening yourself up to the opportunity and allowing yourself to kind of be a little bit daydreamy. And like, you might have to, the Queen of Wands being here, it's like, this is a very strong, like passionate energy. It's like, it's somebody who knows what they like, who knows their worth and their competence. And, it's not about having to prove anything or to fight with anyone. It's like a very calm, quiet confidence, but it's like, there's a fire there, right? So it's like, she's not going to go out of her way to like shove her ideas or her abilities down anyone's throat. It's not an aggressive kind of energy, but it is very strong. It's very focused. It's very passionate. And then there's also a very strong social aspect to this as well. And it's kind of like stepping into your power. So I think it's important to recognize that like the opportunity to dream and to kind of come up with big ideas, and then to use your passion and your focus and your inspiration and the things that are important to you, the things that light that kind of fire in you, to help you move along that path. That's going to be kind of your recipe for success in April, it seems. And it's also being able to ward off anyone and anything that's unhelpful, like anyone that tries to introduce doubt. She knows her value, she knows her worth, and she's not going to let anyone tell her otherwise. And like I said, she doesn't need to be in anyone's face proving it, but she's not going to let anyone talk down to her. She's not going to let anyone undermine her, and her own confidence in herself is what is going to carry her through, any judgment that's surfacing around her, because she doesn't care, right? And so especially if you are trying to connect with something new or move out in a new direction, and people are kind of thinking that it's weird, or this is not you, or this is not practical, it's knowing that like, you know what, you deserve to kind of dream. You deserve to live a little bit. You deserve to kind of step outside of the box and see what kind of opportunities are available to you, because, you might connect with something that's really important and that will kind of take you further in the direction of, whatever gifts you have and whatever it is that you have to offer the world that you've been sleeping on, right? And, not everybody who has something to say is going to be helpful and positive. And I think it's important to recognize that you deserve the opportunity to connect with something a little bit bigger, and just to, especially if you've either been like really limited or you've been really, really focused on the practical aspects of life. It's like, You might have people that want you to stay in that energy and don't want you to kind of step into your creativity and start connecting with more opportunities, or be a little bit daydreamy. They might think that it's not valuable. But yeah, so that's a really awesome energy. So for April, and then moving into May, really the focus is manifesting. So it's kind of like, I see a really interesting progression. So it's like letting go of judgment and allowing yourself to see your opportunity to create something new, to step into something new, to birth something new, to be transformed, allowing yourself to kind of dream, like, what is your biggest goal? What's your biggest possible outcome? What would be the most fulfilling thing that you could do? If you could do anything, what would it be? And you have the confidence to start following that path and connecting with those opportunities, regardless of what anyone else says. And then it's like, once you kind of have this idea, once you've let go of these judgments and criticisms, you've allowed yourself to kind of step into this space where anything is possible. Then it's like, how do you get there, right? And recognizing your power to use your ability to attract what you want, right? So it's like, by recognizing that you're worthy, by stepping into that energy and projecting that out into the world, that's going to impact what comes back to you. So your ability to manifest, this is like law of attraction. What you put out, you receive. And it's recognizing, especially when it comes to manifesting, that it's not an immediate thing. It requires a certain amount of balance, and you need to be kind of connected to your own inner light, your own inner wisdom, and your intuition. So you have an inner knowing, and that inner knowing is connected to whatever it is that you feel called to. And it's learning how to kind of connect that wisdom within yourself. It can mean disconnecting and isolating yourself from other people, whether it is just the people that are particularly difficult or who are connected to your past, trying to keep you in a past energy, or people who have fears themselves, who are putting limitations on themselves. It could be completely isolating yourself and just making sure that you're taking the time to sit in silence on your own, to really deeply connect with yourself, to take stock of what you're feeling. Because that's going to be, so it's interesting, like this light here, it's almost like this light here, which is within you, right? And so it's your own inner wisdom. And it's recognizing that when you are trying to create something or manifest something or align with something, it's very important that you kind of have a stable base, and that you're balanced and you're able to kind of keep yourself in a high vibrational place where you're focused on the outcome, and, you know, allowing yourself to remain in that place, even if things take time, because manifestation doesn't happen immediately. It can be a very slow process. And in the waiting and in the uncertainty, we have to remain open. We have to kind of remain focused on what it is that we're trying to do, not to get bogged down by fear, not to be taken off track by judgment. And I think that May is going to be a really important month for you to start recognizing your power to draw the things into you that you are wanting to experience, and that the actions that you take, the thoughts that you think, the things that you feel directly impact your external environment and your experiences, and just how open and willing you are to see the opportunities that are presented to you. So there might be some time to like dig deep, to do some inner work, and to really, really just be focusing on your connection to yourself in the month of May, because that is going to be one of the most important things, and basically like seeing this through to completion, whatever this is for you, whatever this creative process is, whatever this goal is, whatever that ultimate kind of goal. And so also with this energy, this hermit energy, that might be, you know, part of your like spring cleaning, right? Is just letting go of the things that aren't serving you, and really connecting to your own inner wisdom. And then for June, we have the Seven of Swords here, which can be it might also be bringing you to a new level of awareness of the ways that you sabotage yourself, or you kind of talk yourself out of opportunities, or you limit yourself from connecting with opportunities, or the way that you allow other people to influence you that aren't necessarily positive, that aren't necessarily aligned with you or to your benefit, because this can be about deception, betrayal, fears, and things coming to light, right? And it's trusting that if you are focused on your own growth, your own development, if you're focused on kind of being your best self, taking responsibility, being accountable for your thoughts and your actions, cleaning up your environment, stepping into your power. It's trusting that the more that you get into that energy and start to embrace your authenticity and move along your own path, that the things that are going on underneath the surface, whether they're things that you're consciously or subconsciously doing to yourself or you're allowing other people to do to you, those are going to start coming to light, right? And it's kind of like karma. And so you might, while you're on this path, you might have people that are trying to deceive you, whether they're aware of it or not. It could be their own things that they're dealing with. So it's like, yeah, lies, deception. This could be like limiting beliefs that you've had as a result of your upbringing or, you know, previous experiences that you've had. And so these are coming to light. And also it makes me think that like maybe the full moon in June, which I think probably would land right around the solstice, might be like a pivotal time. Like that might be a really, really important time for like these things to come to light and maybe like a final release, right? Because that's the sense that I'm getting. It's like there's a final release of the things that aren't serving you, the fears that are holding you back, those unhelpful thoughts or overthinking that can cause you to get too much into your head and then not to follow your heart and your gut instincts. And so it's kind of like you might even see your ability to manifest, even just small things. And you're kind of like connecting to your own inner wisdom and gaining more trust in that and in the month of May. And then when you're moving into June, it's kind of like a new level of awareness of like who you are and what you deserve, the things that are not helping you, and just really being willing to like let those go. So that's really interesting. And with it coming up here with the Four of Wands, the Four of Wands is a card of celebration, of joy and love and connection. It can represent like a wedding, a marriage, like a union between two people. It can represent twin flame relationships. But basically like, yeah, this actually, it might be tied to a specific relationship. So maybe there's a relationship with someone in particular that is challenging or that is tied to a lot of the stuff that you are trying to kind of clean up and release. So it could bring a new level of awareness in your relationship, or it could allow your relationship to kind of progress, or your relationships to progress to a new stage by kind of like letting go of these things that are sabotaging you. And this is also, yeah, just like happiness and celebration and continuing along your path of, you know, toward inspiration and fulfillment. So yeah, it doesn't have to have a romantic connection to it, but it very well could. And I think it's also like what comes to mind is it's important to have interactions and relationships with people who are aligned, right? Like alignment is a big thing that comes into my mind here. And so it's like, this is also like a balanced partnership, which is kind of what I was talking about before, where it's like you don't want to be trying to save people from themselves or trying to do their work for them. So perhaps there will be an opportunity if you're setting this standard by taking care of what, you know, what's within your realm of responsibility and allowing other people to do that for themselves, even if they struggle a little bit, if you can stay focused. I think staying focused on your own path, your own goals, right? And like people would call it being selfish, but I don't see it as that. You might feel as though, you know, stepping into this energy will mean that you're being selfish because you're focusing on yourself and what you need to do and what you're trying to work toward. But I think that's going to give a really great space for other people to step up and start doing their work. And, you know, if you leave the gap there for people and they kind of realize that you're not stepping in to help them or support them in the ways that you normally do, like they'll be able to step up for themselves. And they might struggle a little bit, but yeah, you might actually have the opportunity to find a little bit more balance so that you can stay in an energy where you're able to, you know, take care of yourself more and do the things that are important to you, and find that balance in your relationships as well, where you can still love and support other people and participate as an equal, but you've got a little bit more time for yourself. So no more self-sacrificing. That's kind of the energy that I'm getting, because you have a lot that you can kind of connect with, and it's just giving yourself permission first and not letting yourself kind of think your way out of it. Your first affirmation: by spreading loving energy, I attract more love. So yeah, the spring is just like, it seems like this is going to be a major time of like release, and then like, gosh, just thinking about all the things that you can connect with when you're not limiting yourself anymore. And then when you really see how that's going to impact your environment, then you're going to be fully willing to let go of the stuff that doesn't serve you, because you're going to see how that's been preventing you from getting into this energy for so long. Okay, your next is happiness is a choice I make. And then I don't dance around the perimeter of the person I want to be. I step in fully and completely. That gives me very much this like Queen of Wands vibe as well. And then true abundance is an inside job. So I really like that. So like I said, if your energy is feeling a little dusty, if you're feeling overwhelmed and you've got a lot to focus on over the spring months, just one step at a time, and know that like as you make progress and as you lighten your load, things will lighten up. Your energy is going to pick up. So focusing on love, spreading love, and love in the sense of like love and understanding and support, not necessarily trying to take care of people's things for them, but knowing that allowing them to take responsibility, even if it means they struggle a little bit, is going to make them better as a person. And that's the best way to love someone. And also like your self-care, giving yourself permission to do the things that are important to you, is your own way of loving yourself. And then choosing happiness is also really, really important, and seeing every opportunity as a choice to be happy or to choose happiness. For example, when you're releasing judgment or fear of judgment, when you're letting go of the things that make you feel small and unworthy, that is choosing to be happy or to connect with something that is more positive, instead of allowing yourself to be stuck in an energy that isn't necessarily serving you. And really being able to step into your true authenticity, right? So it's like, yeah, whatever it is that you're scared to do, whoever you're scared to be, but you want to be, like, there's something, you wouldn't be scared if it wasn't meaningful, and you wouldn't be hesitant if it didn't hold some level of importance. And I think that to let yourself fully step into that energy, you might be surprised just how wonderful of an impact that can have on you, your emotions, your state of mind, your relationships, the people around you. And so it's kind of like, yeah, this season is going to be all about you doing what you need to do to give yourself permission to start stepping into your authenticity and doing what's important to you, and not allowing you to give your power away, not allowing you to talk yourself out of anything, or for other people to talk you out of anything that you feel really drawn to, and knowing that doing the inner work is what's most important. So the external circumstances are just a reflection of what's going on the inside of us. So, even if some of your other like practical things, and not necessarily like, you don't want to let them fall by the wayside, because obviously having things organized is going to be helpful for you to maintain your focus. But it's like some of those things might be taking a back seat so that you can focus on getting your inner environment right. Because if you are running into roadblocks, it doesn't really matter what's going on in your external situation. If you've got like internal roadblocks, that's going to prevent you ultimately from doing what you need to do to connect with what's most important to you. So I think that's really lovely energy. Yeah, it definitely seems like there might be the opportunity for awakening here, and that by taking these steps, releasing judgment, daring to dream, having the confidence to chase after your dreams, seeing that you have the ability to impact your life, to impact your surroundings, trusting your inner wisdom, and then allowing the things that are not serving you and the ways that you've sabotaged yourself, or the ways that other people have mistreated you, to come to light and to fully let go of that, is going to set you up to have healthy, balanced relationships, which is going to ultimately help you have more time and energy to continue focusing on yourself and moving into, this period of personal happiness and satisfaction. So I think that's really, really lovely energy for the spring months. Pile one. I hope this reading was helpful to you. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please like the video and feel free to leave me a comment. If there's anyone you could think of that might benefit from my readings, feel free to share. And if you haven't already, you can hop on over to my channel at Bright Soul Collective Tarot and take a look at my other videos, and subscribe to my channel so you can stay up to date on new readings as they're posted. So, pile one, it's been a pleasure to read for you. I hope the spring season brings everything that you hope for and that you deserve. But yeah, this looks really promising. So I'm happy for you guys. I hope everything goes well, and I look forward to reading for you again in the future. So in the meantime, I'm wishing you all the very best. Hello, Pile 2, and welcome to your reading. If you chose this Howlite, then this is going to be your reading. These will be your messages for the spring season. So that will take us from the spring or vernal equinox on March 20th all the way through to June 20th, as I believe the summer solstice is on the 21st, and we'll be moving into the summer months. So we're going to take a look and see what the overall kind of like energy and messages for the spring season might have to offer. And then we are going to take a closer look at each one of the months ahead of us to see if we can kind of hone in on what those energies might look like. And then we'll tie everything together with some affirmations. But yeah, like stepping into the spring season, you know, things are starting to warm up. We're kind of moving into a period where things will start moving again. There's more opportunity coming in. We're thinking how to make the most of the year ahead, what kind of intentions we're going to set, seeds are going to be planted. So yeah, things are kind of starting to thaw out, even on an energetic level, as we're stepping into the astrological new year. So before I get started, as always, this reading will be general in nature. So not all of the messages that come through will pertain to you specifically. So take anything and everything that does resonate, however that makes sense to you. Keep an open mind to anything that might be helpful over these next few months, and simply leave the rest. Yeah, so I decided to do some channeled messages for you all, which is a practice that I've been doing before my zodiac readings. So I'll get into that first. Let's see. So for you, pile 2, the first thing that came through was fork in the road. There was something, I think it might have been Gemini for the month of March. That was like a major energy. So I thought it was funny that that came back up. I would be very curious to know if there are any Geminis who had that reading that had chosen this pile. But yeah, so very much maybe being at a bit of an impasse. Maybe you're at, yeah, like exactly a fork in the road where you cannot just continue to go along one path. You have to make a decision what direction you're going to go in. Quite often, this can represent like choosing to kind of blaze your own trail versus follow in the footsteps of people who have come before you. And either way, whatever you are drawn to move toward, trusting that that is the right path for you and that you will have the experiences necessary to help you move along your own personal path and do your own work. So let's see. The next thing that came through was travel. So yeah, travel might be something that's on your mind. I know restrictions are kind of loosening up, so maybe you've been looking forward to a trip. Maybe that's an area of focus. The other thing that came up in connection to travel was like fringe, like, or fringe travel. Like, I don't know. So you might be somebody who travel's really important to you, but you're somebody that likes to kind of go off the beaten path. You don't necessarily want to hit all of the tourist destinations or go to an all-inclusive resort. Like, you want to kind of like get really deeply involved in like the day-to-day life and culture and customs, like maybe even so far off the beaten path that like there's a little bit of risk or a little bit of unknown there, like not doing guided tours and so on. So that might be something that you're motivated to, though. So this might be really important opportunities and experiences for you that you've been missing out on this last little bit. The next thing that came through was allegory. And so like an allegory is basically like, they can be like cautionary tales, but the idea is it could be even something like a poem and that has a deeper meaning. So there's room for interpretation, and there's kind of like a bigger meaning. So for example, the poem, if it's about the rain, it's not necessarily about the rain. It might be symbolic, you know, representing like the cleansing power of emotions or crying. So it's kind of like the sense that not taking everything at face value and understanding that there's more to be discovered underneath the most obvious thing on the surface. So that may be something that you're connecting with over the spring season. Maybe using your intuition to kind of read a little bit more deeply into your experiences, the things that are being brought to you, and seeing how that additional information will help you to navigate and help your understanding of yourself and the people around you in any given situation that you're kind of up against. The next thing that came through was my stalker. So that's a little bit unsettling. I don't get the sense that like this is like a really negative or dangerous situation. Like I don't think that it's an actual stalker and that anyone is at risk. It's more like a kind of like social media stalking, internet stalking. So like there might be people who are taking notice of you, people who have an interest in you, that are keeping an eye on the moves that you're making, the stuff that you're posting on social media. It could even be like in a professional capacity, people that are checking up on what you're doing on a professional level through those kinds of networks. Maybe people are just kind of like watching what you're doing. So it's being aware that there might be a number of different people that have eyes on you that you're not aware of. Could be secretive in nature. This could be driven by like an interest to become closer to you or to establish a connection with you in some way. Or it could be, you know, less innocent. It might have a lot more to do with their own feelings and experiences, maybe some insecurity. There might be some jealousy or, you know, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you know, if that makes sense to you, if there's someone that you're aware of, that might be a struggle that you're up against, is just like having people in your space that are watching what you're doing kind of secretively and not necessarily being fully aware of it or knowing what their intentions are. So just be a little bit cautious about that, maybe how much you're sharing or what you're sharing with who. The next thing that came through was above all else. And so I get the sense of really trying to focus on yourself, what's important to you, like establishing your number one priorities and trying to give those the majority of your time and effort, not having your awareness and your intention and your own personal power be watered down by having your energy too scattered among too many things, you know, too many options. It's the idea that it's like you're going to be most successful and most efficient when you focus on the things that are most pressing, most important to you, and allow those to benefit from your effort and intention. And then, you know, inevitably, once you start making progress or moving toward those things, having a little bit more success in those areas, then inevitably, you know, they often require less time and attention, and then you can start to kind of branch out and focus on different things. But it might just be, you know, being aware of and budgeting your time and energy and resources effectively, especially if you do have a lot of options or there's a lot being asked of you. The next thing that came through was Gordon Ramsay, which I thought was funny. Like maybe it could be, you know, maybe you like Gordon Ramsay. Maybe it's like watching his TV shows, going to one of his restaurants. Maybe you are like a Gordon Ramsay type. It doesn't have to be in the kitchen. Yeah, you might be a chef. You might have some kind of culinary prowess or whatever. Maybe you're the Gordon Ramsay of your friends or family. But it could also just be an energy of like being a little bit overbearing, being a little bit critical, you know, maybe a little bit aggressive, either you or someone that you're dealing with. And I don't get the sense that that's a really serious energy. What I would say with that, any connection to any kind of aggressive energy, I'd just be aware of it and make sure that you are not doing a disservice to yourself or anyone else. And you're also not, if you're in contact with that kind of energy, that you're not allowing that to beat you down, because you know, there can be a lot of bravado, and it isn't necessarily like serious, you know, or something that you should kind of take to heart if you do encounter that. The next thing that came through was April Fools. So April 1st might be an important date to you. Maybe you love to celebrate April Fools. There could be some other connection to the day specifically. But the next thing that came up was setting intentions and manifesting with the moon. So those came hand in hand right after April Fools. And sure enough, the full moon in April is on the 1st, so on April Fool's Day. So if April 1st is a significant date to you already, it's also a really important time to, well, with full moons, we reflect on what has happened over the past month, what we've been able to achieve, what we've been up against, and kind of figuring out, like, did we get closer to our goals? Yes or no? Was there a certain approach or something that we were doing that was beneficial, that helped us move forward? If yes, then how do we incorporate more of that moving forward? And if there were things that happened that were, not as beneficial or that are kind of holding us back and limiting, then it's time for those to come to light and to release those. So it's a really important time for illumination. So if this does resonate for you, you might be somebody who should take a look into manifesting with the moon. So like in general, the new moon is about, it's having like fertile soil, right? It's a good time to set intentions, to kind of figure out a plan of action to move through the month, especially if there are specific goals that you're looking to move forward on. There's a whole bunch of different qualities associated with each phase of the moon in between then, and then the full moon is kind of taking an opportunity to reflect, figure out what worked, what didn't work, and let go of anything that's not going to be serving you moving forward. So yeah, I think that could be something really powerful to you. Maybe it's something that you already do, maybe even without knowing it, but I would highly recommend, if that resonates for you or sparks your curiosity, to start taking a look into it, because it can be a really powerful way to move forward on goals and also just have a greater level of awareness of what you're going through on a monthly basis. And also it can be a good way of like organizing yourself without using too highly structured of like a life coach approach where it's like, there's a lot of pressure. It's a kind of a formal way of trying to achieve a goal. This allows for a little bit more flow and a little bit more intuition into the process. So I'll leave that with you. Or no, I think I got that wrong. I think the new moon. I think it's the new moon that's on April the 1st. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so yeah, setting intentions is like an important thing. So yeah, sorry about that. The next thing that came through was grand gestures. So I don't know if you're somebody who, like, grand gestures might be important to you, like really big, bold acts of like love or affection or appreciation. So maybe you're the type of person that's how you show that you love and care about people. It's kind of like going above and beyond to do something really great. Maybe you're someone that like appreciates that kind of energy, and that's how you want people to be showing up for you. Maybe you're hoping for some grand gestures. I'm not sure how that might apply to you in this situation. The next thing that came through was acceptable within the limits. And so I get the sense that it's like, maybe there's a sense of like, things aren't going to be perfect. Things aren't going to be great. Like, things aren't just gonna like take off and skyrocket and be like unbelievably successful, but it's like, we just want things to be good, right? Like, we want things to be acceptable. We want to do what we need to do. I get this sense of like, do the job and go home, right? Like, don't lose sleep over the work. Don't be putting in a whole bunch of overtime. Like, do what you need to do what's expected of you, do your best, and then leave it there for the day, go home, live your life, right? So it's like, it could be setting boundaries in relationships or around work, like your work-life balance, that kind of stuff. So it's just like, you don't necessarily need to be going out of your way or going above and beyond. It's just giving yourself the opportunity to do well, do what needs to be done within the limits and the expectations, the framework that you're required to operate within, and just kind of like let it be beyond that. The next thing that came through was Orlando. So like Florida and golf. So I don't know, maybe you're somebody who has a strong connection to Florida and to golf. Maybe you're going to go on a golfing vacation. I'm not sure how that might connect to you. The next thing that came through was pretty pictures. So photos might be really important to you, like documenting trips and occasions. And, maybe you're a photographer also. Maybe you take pretty pictures. Maybe that's an outlet or a hobby for you. And it's not only having them, but like, taking the time to look back fondly on them, the memories that come up as a result, having them printed and around might be important. The next thing that came up was fridge magnets. And so it's funny because these last three, so this Orlando, golf, pretty pictures, and fridge magnets, the sense that was coming up around it was like vacation. So I don't know, yeah, maybe you're planning a vacation or you have recently gone on a vacation, but the thing that came to mind was like fridge magnets. It's like I pictured like fridge magnet with like a destination name on it, like, Punta Cana or yeah, like any location, right? So you might be someone that when you travel, maybe that's like a thing for you. Maybe you make a point of collecting fridge magnets, or maybe it's like a souvenir that you give and receive. I have no idea. And then the last thing that came through was removing barriers. And so I kind of get the sense that this might be a good time. And it kind of goes hand in hand with setting intentions as well. It's like anything that's going to get in your way, that's going to make your job more difficult, anything that, isn't necessarily an important area of focus or a place for your energy to be going. It's like just kind of trying to take the roadblocks that you're aware of and that you have control over out of your way so that, yeah, I get a sense of being more efficient. Yeah, so I don't know, I will say right now, the general vibe is like doing what you need to do and kind of trying not to do much more to give yourself the opportunity to like have a little bit of a vacation, do a little bit of rest, and like, not making things more difficult than they need to be, instead focusing on like doing what you can to lighten your load and be the most efficient that you can be with your time and resources. So also I will say when I was shuffling the cards, the tarot cards, like a pre-shuffle, connecting with your energy, I had the 2 of Cups, the 9 of Cups, and the Lovers fall out of the deck in succession, followed by the Empress. And so 2 of Cups and the Lovers has a lot to do with really deep emotional connections. Like I did get the sense of like a romantic relationship. So it's like you might be really focused on right now a romantic relationship, one that you feel like is a really deep soul connection, and like it's like a dream come true, or it's like your dream relationship, or you're really focused on like where you want that relationship to go, and like eventually maybe kids, family, stuff like that, either in that energy right now or it's something that you've been wishing for. But I just thought that that was really an interesting vibe because like it was similar energy the whole way through. So I don't know, maybe that makes sense to you. So we'll get into your cards here. So your first oracle card says water your garden, nourishment, body care, tenderness, and rest. Right, and your second is by the book. Right. So this is actually kind of interesting. It kind of lines up, to be honest with you. So by the book, this is about, like following the rules. So these next few months might be a really good time to just work within the framework that's already provided to you. So it might not be a time to be really rebellious or to really like step outside the box and blaze your own trail or stir the pot. This might be a really good time for you to just like it's kind of saying like, to go by the book, to follow the rules that are in place or the structure that is in place. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes that can be the easiest and most efficient way to move forward, right? Especially if we're in a kind of stagnant period where the energy does not necessarily lend to us making big moves. Going by the book and following the framework that's in place, following in the footsteps of other people who have kind of paved the way, can really, it's almost like stepping into a slipstream of energy where it's like there's less resistance. You can kind of use that structure, use that knowledge, use that information to your advantage to help you work through a period that would otherwise be maybe a little bit stagnant. And so the sense that I get, it's like knowing the right time to play your cards. And it kind of seems like now's the right time to hold and like maybe play a little bit more conservatively, because I get the sense that yeah, this is kind of like a waiting period. This is kind of like a rest period. This is kind of like giving things time to materialize or to fall into place. And yeah, you might just kind of need to go with things the way that they are right now, even if it doesn't make sense. So this applies to like rules, law, structure. Obviously, like in terms of customs, this could be in terms of like actual laws, like abiding by the law. And it's trust. Also, it's spiritual laws, like, you know, the law of abundance, the law of attraction, karma, all of that kind of stuff. And so on a spiritual level, this is basically saying like there is a divine order to everything. There's kind of a level of organization and intelligence that we cannot necessarily grasp or understand as humans. And that's where a lot of times like faith and trust in the process comes in. And so right now it's basically saying like you're being encouraged to acknowledge that there are laws, there are structure. Everything is designed in a way to kind of balance things out in a fair way. So even if you can't see how, even if it doesn't make sense, even if you don't see how that's going to benefit you right now, it's kind of like just hold it out a little bit longer. Just kind of follow the rules for now. Even if they don't make sense to you, because I get the sense that right now is not the point. Like right now is taking you somewhere, and you kind of just have to see where that's going to lead you. You kind of just have to trust that things will work out, because this is also like, you know, for example, the law of karma. It's like, even if you can see things that are going on around you that are not fair or are not just, I'm not thinking like you're participating in them or you're doing anything that isn't above board, but it's like, it might be in your awareness. And it's like, you kind of have to, you do what you can do for yourself. You do what's right. You follow the rules. And it's like, it requires a certain amount of trust that like, it will be taken care of, you know, it will be rectified. It will be righted, whatever that is. So you might be dealing with something legal in nature. There might be some kind of legal challenge. There might be something that you really kind of like want to revolt against because you feel like it's wrong. And it's like, I think you just need to give it a little bit more time for things to even out, because to step out and revolt right now isn't necessarily going to be in your best interest. And it's not necessarily going to give you the result that you're looking for or the outcome that you're looking for. It might actually hurt whatever it is that you're kind of focused on. So the thing this makes me think of is like, you know, even in the legal system, right? Or like police investigations, like there are so many rules about how you can, you know, obtain evidence and how that evidence needs to be handled and what you do with it, and then how it can be used in court. And like, there are just so many rules that it's like, even if it's not fair, even if it doesn't seem right, it's like if you want to like, you know, put that criminal away, it's like, you have to follow the steps. You have to go by the book, and doing anything outside of that could actually jeopardize everything that you're working for. So it's kind of recognizing that like, even if things seem unreasonable, or even if it doesn't seem fair, or even if you don't want to, or you don't see like how it will be beneficial, like sometimes you just kind of have to play by the rules, and playing by the rules and seeing something happen that is not quite fair or that you know is wrong might be difficult, but it's like sometimes you just have to kind of wait and allow things the time to pan out and things to go the way that they need to. So that could be a major struggle for you. And then the other thing is that I will say, because this is coming up with water your garden, it's basically saying this spring season, a lot of times we focus on it being like, you know, your energy is picking up. It's time to start like making moves, getting back into the swing of things. It's time for like awakening and rebirth. And that very much is the energy of springtime. But I get this sense that you all actually need a little bit of a rest, right? And so I think instead of setting a whole bunch of goals and expectations and really like jumping into work and wanting things to move forward really quickly, it's important to recognize how self-care, and this specifically pertains to like your body and your health and your well-being, and like taking care of yourself on a physical and then mental and emotional level is the most important thing, because we can't operate at 110% all the time. And like just with cycles and seasons in the external environment, we go through that ourselves. So you can't be in full bloom all the time. And the more that you try to stay in that energy where you are always running and you're always accomplishing and moving forward, it's not sustainable. And inevitably at some point that has to come to an end. So this is about being conscious about your health and your well-being. And when you get to that point where you're kind of like running on fumes, it's making the decision that even though you don't want to, that it's important to take time to rest. So rest, rejuvenation, replenishment. So that could be like, yoga, meditation, exercise. It could be going on a vacation, allowing yourself to like leave work at work, show up, do your job within the limits, within the expectations, and then go home and live your life and take care of yourself, like not to go overboard. Because inevitably, if you're trying to function at 110% all of the time and you're overdoing it, because it isn't sustainable, eventually something has to give. And if you aren't intentional about taking time to rest, it will eventually kind of be forced upon you, right? And so that can lead to a major illness or a major breakdown that will take you out of the game for longer and take longer to recover from than simply, taking time to rest and recharge before you get back at it. So this is basically saying, like, if productivity and forward movement is important to you, it's really about recognizing that taking time to rest and recharge is just as important as moving forward, because without that, you can't be successful and you can't be efficient. And even if you do have luck and you can push yourself to the limits really hard, it's like the setback that you encounter as a result from consistently overdoing it might cause you to have to rest and give up more than you would have if you were taking time to rest along the way, right? And so I think that's going to be your power, is just like really valuing yourself, recognizing the gift that you have. You've only got one body, so you have to honor yourself. You have to take care of it, recognizing everything that your body is doing for you, how important it is, how important your health is, and really taking the time to prioritize that fully and completely, not resisting it, but leaning into it and allowing yourself to rest and recharge. I'm not saying you have to like give up everything, but it's like really take care of yourself. So diet, exercise, sleep, mindfulness. This could be, doing therapy, any type of self-care, giving yourself a break, especially disconnecting from other people, their energy, work, anything that's stressful or overwhelming. And that goes really nicely with by the book, because that's a way to kind of streamline the process, right? So that's the way to kind of get things done without having to exert so much time and attention and energy. So if you're always trying to do more than everybody else, that isn't necessarily going to benefit you, right? So it's like, if you, for example, at your job, you've got like this job description, you've got these hours, you're supposed to show up and do this job. As long as you're doing that job and you're doing it well by the book, within the expectations that are set out for you, you don't need to be putting pressure on yourself to do more all the time. And of course, going above and beyond can be really beneficial. It can make you stand out as an employee. It might be giving you the competitive edge in terms of like promotion or whatever the case may be, but you can't be in that energy all the time. So now it seems like a really good time, especially if you're finding that things are busy at work, I will say, or if you've just got a lot on your plate in general. Now is a time to just recognize like you can only do so much. So show up, do what you need to do, and don't push too hard, because you don't want to sacrifice want to sacrifice yourself and your well-being, because that is the absolute basis of everything that you do. And so if you're starting to suffer on a physical level, if your health is suffering, if you're suffering emotionally, that is inevitably going to impact your performance and your ability to show up. So it's like, if you are pushing to go above and beyond all day, every day, and your health is deteriorating, eventually you might get to the point where you can't even do the absolute basic lowest level of work acceptable at your job, right? So it's like, get into this slipstream, use the processes and the procedures, the structure that is in place to your advantage. Do what you're supposed to do as you're supposed to do it. Trust that that is enough, because this is a season for, just following the rules, doing what you need to do, but really making sure that you're focused on taking care of yourself. Because, if you want to make big moves, you've got to do the groundwork, right? And so right now, it's like, now is the time to get yourself and your health in order, to like take a little bit of a rest, and to maybe deal with anything that's standing in your way of like your health, or anything that's like an unhealthy habit that you've maybe allowed to get out of hand. Because it's like, I very much see that you're going to need your time and your health and your energy and your awareness. That's going to be a huge thing. And as I was saying that, I started getting heart palpitations. So like, I don't know if like that might be a thing that you experience. Maybe it's like anxiety and stress. You could be taking on too much stress. So it's like, follow the rules that are in place, and trust that that's enough, and trust that you're doing enough, and give yourself the opportunity to take care, right? Because I don't know, like, and this also kind of can lend to like leaning on other people as well. Like, and you don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? So it's like, you don't have to do something completely brand new and totally innovative, especially if that's going to take all this extra time and effort and attention. And it could very well, maybe you are getting close to like a little bit of a health breakdown. Like maybe your health is a struggle for you right now. So it's like, I kind of get the sense that now is the time to really take care of and honor yourself. So we're going to take a look at each of the months for the spring season to see if we can get a little bit more insight on this energy. So we'll start with the remainder of March. We've got the 6 of Swords. Okay, so then we'll see for April. We've got the Moon. And let's see for May. Too many cards. Let's see. So for May. And June. So June, this reading will go up to about June 20th. And I think I will also get your clarifiers right away as well once we get all of your tarot cards out. Okay. June. Oh, okay. I like that. Ace of Wands. And 5 of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so I'll get your clarifiers right now. Okay, so for the 6 of Swords, we have the 6 of Cups. We'll clarify the Moon. The Knight of Swords. We'll clarify the 5 of Pentacles. We have the Hanged Man. Wow, this is very interesting. Okay, let's get one more for the Ace. Oh my gosh, that was an explosion of cards. I'm gonna pick those up and we'll try again. All right, so let's see. Ace of Wands for June. Let's get clarification. This one's taking a while. Oh, okay. I like that. We have the star. And justice at the bottom of the deck. All right, this is a very interesting energy, and I can kind of see why. I can kind of see why rest and rejuvenation is a theme, because this is a lot of challenging energy. So it's basically saying, like, I get the impression that there's probably a lot of challenging thoughts and feelings and fears. Like there's a lot of maybe heavy stuff that needs to be worked through. And so it's kind of like, I think you need to be really gentle with yourself over this spring season, because chances are you're going to be working through and trying to clear out a lot of remaining like heavy energy, things that aren't serving you. Like just, yeah, it's like a very challenging energy. There might be some sadness, there might be stress and anxiety. And so I get the sense that like the energy that you've got, I think you need to really turn inward and start treating yourself, giving yourself a little bit more love and care and attention, prioritizing your thoughts, your feelings, your inner work, your inner landscape over everything outside of yourself. So yeah, like if you're somebody who focuses really heavily on the world outside of you, like your external environment, your home, your money, your career, your family, if you're kind of always thinking about everything else, I kind of get the sense that you might put a lot of pressure on yourself to deliver in like a tangible capacity. So it's like you almost might treat yourself like you're not human. Like it's like you're just here to like work hard and be productive because there are all of these things that you need to do. It's like you need to, you know, get your home right, get your finances right. You need to like support your family or support your friends. It's like I just get this sense of like there's a lot of weight and pressure that obviously that's part of living, but I kind of feel like maybe you put a little bit more on yourself, and that might be a coping mechanism to try and avoid the stuff that's going on the inside, because it's like, well, if I just focus on getting my external environment just right, then like things will feel better internally. And this is basically saying like that's not really supported this spring. I think this has a lot to do with a lot of healing work. There's a lot of opportunity for you to be released from those things that are holding you back. And I think that flowing with, you know, like leaning into the structure, finding a safe place within that and seeing how the structure that is here can work for you so that you have more time and resources to focus on yourself. Because I don't think that you're going to benefit a huge amount by continuing to focus on your external environment, especially on the material side of things, because that seems to be the very thing that might be disconnecting you from yourself, your heart, your feelings, your body, and maybe neglecting your health a little bit. If that resonates for you. So with the underlying energy being the Five of Cups and Justice, the Five of Cups is like, you know, it can be sadness, it can be hurt and loss and disappointment, you know, the things that haven't worked out, especially if they're things that are meaningful to us. They're things that we thought, you know, would bring us a lot of joy and happiness and contentment, and either they didn't, or they didn't work out like we wanted them to, or, you know, it's like, this is the no use crying over spilled milk kind of thing. And so it's like, we are inevitably going to have those experiences, and they're obviously challenging, and there's a lot of emotions that come up, but it's talking about how it's really important to start recognizing and processing those emotions. So you have to feel them and be aware of them and let them move through you. But it's very much a sense of, you know, take the time that you need to balance out and rectify that, but don't make a home for yourself out of those feelings, because if you ruminate and focus on everything that you've lost, or everything that hasn't worked out, or everything that feels disappointing, that can suck you down into like a deep hole, right? And the fact is that, you know, there's a light at the bottom of this hole. So the fact is, whatever it is that you've lost, whatever feels like it hasn't worked out, even if it's not an ideal thing, and even if it's not what you wanted to happen, it still could be opening up the door to a whole new opportunity. So it's recognizing that even things that seem negative can end up being really beneficial. Like, we don't know what's best for us. And like, you know what they say, when one door closes, another one opens. So it's like, sometimes not getting what you want is a wonderful stroke of luck, right? Because it's rejection is protection. I'm coming out with all of these things, but it's very true. So it's basically like, however you look at those situations is ultimately what you're going to believe about you, yourself, your opportunities, and life moving forward. And if it's focused on sadness and limitation and loss and, you know, kind of like a victim mentality and things not working out, then that's the energy that you're going to take forward with you. And it's going to be difficult to manifest something that's not that, if that's the energy you're in. And so it's a sense of like, whatever hasn't worked out, whatever's been really disappointing, and whatever's been kind of like dragging you down maybe into this hole where you're not feeling so happy, it's like that will come to light, that will balance out. The Justice card here is basically saying, like, for every action there is a reaction. Things balance out, like the law of karma. Like I said, that's one of the spiritual laws, right? And so it's like, you might want to take things into your own hands, or you might feel like you're owed, like, maybe you lost something, maybe something didn't work out for you, and it's like you feel like somebody owes you like an apology, or owes like, or should fix the situation, or maybe the universe owes you. And it's trusting that like in time things will balance out. But the more that you focus on what you don't want, the more that's what you're inevitably going to create and bring into your reality. So just like, you know, other people have to pay for the things that they do, and eventually they will. It's not up to us how and when. That's just the law. That's how things work. It's not our business either. It's like, what you put out, you will also receive. So the most important thing is to focus on yourself, your energy, your health, and doing what you need to do to get into the energy that you want to connect with. So it's like, if you want love and happiness and enjoyment in the future, that it's like getting into that energy now and trusting that things will balance out. You just need to give it time, and it's not something that you can take into your hands. And it's kind of like, yeah, following the book, you know, like trusting that you just do what you need to do. Don't be worried about anyone else, and don't worry about how things are going to work out for you. It's just, you kind of have to trust that there is a method to all of this madness, whether you can understand it or not. And I think you're just in a period of waiting and transition where you're not necessarily going to see the results of whatever it is that's upsetting you, or whatever you're hoping to work out for you. You're not going to see how that's going to happen right now. And that's not really the point, because the point is that you're being given an opportunity to heal. So with the Six of Swords here, it's kind of like being willing to move on from those challenging experiences, those challenging thoughts and beliefs, fears, right? The things that cause us to, you know, overthink. It can be anxiety, it can be depressive thoughts. And it's basically like, your thoughts are going to take you in any direction. So if you're in a boat at sea on choppy water, right? Are you going to stay on that route, in that choppy water, or are you going to try to move toward calmer seas, right? And so basically it's like the things that you think and believe, and where you focus your energy and attention, because Swords is all about like thought, mental energy, that kind of determines your reality, right? And so it's like, even if you've been struggling as of late, if you can connect with thoughts and ideas that are going to take you in a calmer, more happy direction, like that's a choice that you get to make, right? And it's kind of like, the sense is like, there are smoother waters ahead. You just have to believe that that's the case, because if you allow yourself to be focused on like the turbulence and the things that aren't working out, and you allow that to take up more space and influence you more heavily than, you know, the opportunity for peace, then it's like you might end up sinking your boat, basically. So there is a sense of like moving away from that turbulence, that turmoil, allowing yourself to do what you need to do to like let go of fears or limiting beliefs, like any attachments to past experiences. It could be even a sense of being like a little bit jaded or defeated. And it's recognizing that you have the power to change your mind, even about the thoughts that you believe, and the limitations that you put on your situation or on life. And the interesting thing is with it coming up here with the Six of Cups, so these are both energies of like moving away from something, leaving the past in the past, right? And recognizing that whether it was a positive experience or a negative experience, we cannot stagnate in that energy. We can't live there forever. We don't want to make a home for ourselves out of it. We kind of always have to be moving forward because that's the nature of life. Like there's always going to be change, right? And so as difficult as change can be, the thing that makes life a little bit less turbulent is just to kind of be able to recognize that that's a part of life and to embrace that. And so, yeah, so I get this sense that like, so the six of Cups is about, it can be nostalgic. It can be like about our childhood or past. You know, it could be fond memories, the way that we were shaped by our childhood. It can also have to do with like generational trauma, childhood trauma, things that we experienced growing up that really impacted us on an emotional level and can therefore impact our, you know, beliefs about ourselves and the world around us. So these cards, hand in hand, it's about recognizing that like you've had the experiences that you've had for a reason, whether they're positive or negative, whether they inspire you with fear and doubt or happiness and joy, you know, they're all there to serve their purpose. And once they happen, they've happened. They can't be changed. All that we can do is try to determine how we've changed, how we've grown, what we want to take from that experience and move forward. And if we're choosing to focus on and take the damaging, sad things, it makes it really difficult for us to connect with anything else in the future, right? So it's like your past does not dictate your future. The decisions that you make about your past is what determines the direction that you're going to head in. And so if you've got a lot of heavy emotions tied to the past, March is about recognizing like how those experiences and how those emotions are impacting your thoughts, your perceptions, your belief about yourself, your relationships, the world around you, and whether or not that is serving you. So it's like, is that keeping you in turmoil, or is it allowing you to kind of let go of the things that are damaging and try to move toward a more peaceful, healed place, right? So it's about honoring our past experiences, positive and or negative as we may perceive them to be. And really, your power is going to be in what you decide to believe. And it can feel difficult, especially if we feel like we've been victimized. It can feel difficult to like recognize that we do have a choice. But yes, ultimately we do. And so I think it's just about being intentional about what it is that you want to move toward, and if the things that you're thinking and feeling and doing are aligned with that, or if they're more connected to your past. Because if you're somebody that is afraid of, because of your past experiences, that like the past is destined to repeat itself, the only way that that is going to happen is if you're in that energy. Like the more you're afraid of it and the more that you're focused on it, the more likely you are to participate in the same behaviors and cycles that will take you in that direction. But if you believe that you can have those past experiences and learn and grow, and you're determined to move away from it and move towards something better, that shifts your energy, your perceptions, your beliefs, and it allows you to connect with new experiences instead of repeating the same old cycles. So March is a good time to kind of be aware of your past and how you can honor those experiences and let go of the parts of those experiences that are not serving you, and kind of open up the door to like, you know, like moving further along your path, like leaving the past in the past. And with the month of April, we've got the moon and the Knight of Swords. And so, yeah, the moon, it might be a challenging month in terms of once you've kind of determined how your past has impacted you, you know, it's not just as simple as leaving it in the past, right? There's a lot of subconscious programming that comes up in terms of like recognizing what we've been through, recognizing our limiting beliefs and our fears and the way that we can hold ourselves back or keep ourselves stuck in the very cycles that we don't want to repeat again. So April might be feeling really difficult in the sense that you might have a lot of feelings and things coming up to the surface, right? Things that have been hidden, right? And these can be fears, it can be hurt, it can be the way that we sabotage ourselves. It can be also about our connection to our intuition. So maybe it's something that you're aware of and you haven't been heeding. It's like, yeah. And also I will say the full moon in April, which should be around, I don't know, generally it's around like the 16th, like it's around mid-month, mid to late month. That might be an important time for you. You might be coming to certain realizations, and the full moons are all about release. So it's kind of like bringing things to light so that they can be understood and accepted and released, especially those things that are not serving us. So it might be a very cathartic month, but it could also be really challenging because the moon energy is challenging. You know, it can be heavy, it can be scary, it can be emotionally overwhelming. You can see she's kind of like drowning in her subconscious and her emotions, and she sees the light of the moon, and it's like, the thing that comes to mind, especially when it comes to struggle and emotion and all of that, is like the only way out is through. So sometimes you do have to be submerged in all of the things that you're avoiding and all of the things that are so very difficult, to realize that they're there, to be able to accept that they're there, because you can't accept things that you're not, and like move away from things that you're not able to acknowledge. And so, yeah, you might be really like in it, and there might be a lot of stuff coming to the surface, maybe about your past relationships, your thoughts and beliefs about yourself. Maybe you're starting to come to realizations about things that you've been participating in that haven't been helpful. And this Knight of Swords can be like, it's a very fast moving energy. It can be very reckless, like not well thought out. It can be like impulsive, it can be rebellious. So there's merit to it, and that you know, sometimes you just need to like go after your goals, but it's like also sometimes in just going after things, you're not necessarily thinking about the consequences. You're not necessarily thinking about how other people are going to be impacted. And this can also be like a person that you've dealt with that has been kind of reckless, or maybe the ways that you are. Yeah, it's funny. The sense that I get is like recklessness and like thoughts just getting away from you. And it's like allowing your thoughts and your fears and your anxieties and your limiting beliefs to just like take the reins and completely kind of take you in a direction that maybe you didn't intend to go. And so I think the most important thing is recognizing that if you've got a lot of heavy emotions, if you've got a lot of fears coming to light, that can be really difficult to process. And I think it's just recognizing that you have the strength to get through it, that you have to experience it, and it needs to come into your awareness in order for you to be able to release it and let it go. So as much as it can be difficult and painful for things to be coming up, that's a necessary part of you healing, right? And taking care of yourself is to let yourself see that it's there so that you can choose to take your power back in terms of your thoughts and perceptions and decide what you're going to work to heal and release, right? And recognizing if your thoughts and fears start kind of getting away from you and start taking you down a path that you don't want to go, it's recognizing that, you know, that's just a result of the things that you've experienced, and it's trying to rein yourself back in, focus on your strength, focus on your power, the things that are meaningful and important to you, and not judging yourself for kind of being in the depth of your emotions, right? So there might be a risk that that your thoughts will get away from you, but at the same time, your thoughts can set you free. So if you can have an awareness of like what you're thinking, what you're experiencing, what your beliefs are, because your beliefs are going to need to change to a certain extent. It's like you might have your eyes opened to new opportunities, and like that might bring you to a new level of accountability for decisions that you've been making that maybe haven't been serving you. But at the same time, just as this energy can totally take you off track and derail you, it can also set you free and allow you to step further into your own truth and authenticity. So April could be a really challenging month. So just allow yourself to feel your emotions and to release anything that's coming up, just to acknowledge it, like just to be gentle with yourself and to be aware of what thoughts and beliefs are coming up as a result. And just making sure that you're not falling into fear and anxiety, and just kind of like, yeah, being gentle with yourself on the way through it. So the month of May is an interesting follow-up. So like, if you do go through a lot in the month of April, if it is really emotional, if there's a lot of stuff coming up and it's feeling heavy, there might be that opportunity for major release. The month of May, you might be feeling a little bit like worn out. You might be feeling like, gosh, you know, these months have been hard, and it's like all of this work and all of this stuff that's coming up, all of this discomfort, and like, what do I have to show for it? Like, nothing is manifesting in my physical environment. I'm stuck. And that's the funny thing, right? So the Five of Pentacles, they call it like the poverty card. So it can feel like, you know, being out in the cold. It can be a sense of like not having money, not having resources, not having a home, not having the job that you want, or like, you know, maybe you're so focused on, or the material abundance is important to you, and you just feel like with the Hanged Man here that things might not be moving forward. It might be feeling stagnant, and you might kind of have this sense that like the things that you want and that are important to you are being held from you, or are outside of your reach. But you can see here that she's kind of like mourning, right? She's like locked out, and she's out in the cold, and she's feeling like in this place of lack. But because she's worn out and she's tired and she's sad and she's feeling demoralized about the loss and the lack and the things that she doesn't have, she's not able to see that the key to open this door to abundance and the next step on the path is right here. And so the thing is, you have everything that you need to be successful and to move in the direction that you want to. But it's like, if you don't recognize that you are the key, the power is within you, and it's up to you to recognize and harness that. If you're focused on the ways that you're being held back and the things that you don't have, and you're afraid that things are being kept from you, or you're afraid that, you know, you're going to be stuck in this position forever, you're not going to be able to realize your own power and to really step into that and do what you need to do for yourself, right? So it's like the key is right under your nose, and you're just not seeing it. And if things are not moving forward and not materializing, it might feel like you're just not making any progress, or you're stagnating. It might even feel like you're regressing a little bit, like you're moving further away from the very things that you want. But it's recognizing that with the Hanged Man here, that's the energy that you're supposed to be in right now. And so if you can give yourself the opportunity to just kind of slow down and rest, and not put pressure on yourself to be moving toward this goal or accomplishing things, and this could just be happiness, right? So it's like, if you're struggling and you're working through heavy stuff and you're just like, man, I just need a break, I just want to be happy. It's recognizing that, like, you know, things shift and change in good time, but we have to be patient, and we've kind of got to follow the steps and do the work. So if you are in a position where things are feeling slow and they're not moving forward, it's recognizing that that's where you're meant to be right now. And that the blessing is that in things either not moving forward or moving slowly, it gives you the opportunity to really become aware of your surroundings, what you're feeling, what you're experiencing, what's going on, so that you can see things from a new perspective. So the Hanged Man is suspended, but the thing is that the longer, the concept is, the longer that you're suspended here and you can't move, the more you're going to have to, become more aware and rest, and not put your focus on all of the things that are going to maybe be distracting you from what you're meant to learn or what you're meant to know, which is, I think, your power to manifest. That could be money, career, home, you know, the things that you're really focused on, and the things that you feel like you're missing out on. Those could potentially, the drive to get there could potentially be distracting you from the very work that you need to do, or the very realization that you need to come to actually get there, right? Which is kind of contradictory, but that's how things go a lot of the time. So the longer that you're upside down observing your environment, it's like being upside down gives you a completely different perspective on things. And so if you can kind of change your mind about this slow, stagnant period, and instead of things being kept from you, it's like this is an opportunity to really like see things from a new angle, find a new way forward. It's like allowing yourself to lean into that rest. And I think that self-care, to do things by the book to get by in the areas of life where you still need to keep showing up. But it's giving yourself the opportunity to kind of come to a new understanding of things, a new perspective, a new way through. And I think that does have to do with recognizing your own power and how you are the key. Nothing is being held from you, right? You're not being prevented. It's just, this is a step on your path to your own awareness, stepping into your own power so you can harness that and really move in the direction of your dreams. And the thing that's nice about that is that for the month of June, we do have a renewal, right? This Ace of Wands, it's about creativity, passion, inspiration. It's like that little spark, the things that you really feel drawn to, the things that, it's like fun and enjoyment. It can be creative. So that can show up in any area of your life. It could be in relationships, like romantic relationships and friendships. It could be in terms of work. It could be like hobbies. So I kind of get the sense that like this is the energy that you really want to be in. It's like, I want to be happy. I want to be fulfilled. I want to feel like there's opportunity for things to really like take off and move in a really, satisfying direction. That's where you want to be. And you can get there. It's just like, you can't connect with that passion and creativity and acknowledge that little spark within you and then fan that into a huge flame and allow that to guide your life if you've got the heavy stuff kind of weighing you down and you're not taking care of yourself, like physically and emotionally, right? It's like, if you want to have that opportunity and you want to make the most of it, if you can do the groundwork to work through the heavy stuff that would otherwise hold you back, it's like it will all pay off. It might feel you might feel like it's a lost cause and not see how it will work out for you, but I think if step by step you can follow, just work through, treat yourself gently and work through this kind of heavy stuff that really, it's like a lot of release. There needs to be a lot of healing and release, and then there's the opportunity for your perspective and your beliefs to be shifted, and then that's when that spark can really catch. Because if you're in this energy here where it's like you're not necessarily allowing yourself to leave the past behind and to move towards something new, it doesn't matter how much opportunity is in front of you, you're not going to be in a position to see it and to lean into it, right? So all of this opportunity, all of the stuff that you're wanting to feel, you'll get there and those opportunities will be presented to you, but you kind of have to do the work to heal yourself and to let go of the ways that you might be limiting or sabotaging yourself or preventing yourself from connecting with this. Because with the star here under the Ace of Wands, this is basically saying like, this has a huge amount to do with your healing. And so like on your path of healing, to get to the point where in June, you're able to start recognizing the things that make you feel inspired, the things that call to you, the things that really light you up and make you feel joyful and enthusiastic. And you're going to be, after treating yourself kindly, taking care of your health, doing what you need to do in every area of life, like being diligent, but like path of least resistance, right? Like things are set up for you in such a way that you can just do what you need to do. You're not going to be deficient in any way. And then you can focus more energy on your healing and working through this heavy stuff. And then that will allow you to connect with this inspiration and creativity, all these opportunities to move in a direction that feels more fulfilling to you. And that is only going to take you further along your healing journey, right? And so it's recognizing that like connecting to your inner strength and being able to balance out like the emotional and intuitive side to your practical side. It's like, it's going to bring you to a new understanding of your own inner strength. And that inner strength means that you're going to be able to connect to hope, even if things aren't working out, even if you suffer some kind of loss or there's some kind of failure or roadblock or whatever. It's like this work that you're doing right now is not only going to allow you to connect with more opportunity and start infusing your life with more joy. Like I feel like the summer is when you're really going to hit your peak. You might be looking forward to spring and you might be expecting that spring is going to really be the time that things take off for you. But I really do get the sense that it's going to be a quieter, more reflective period where you're going to be focusing on really taking care of yourself. And then if you do that, it's going to be setting you up for the summer months to really to really have the opportunity to take off. And the thing that's important is after going through all of this and getting to that point where things are ready to kind of start moving forward for you, you're going to have a lot more confidence in yourself and your ability to kind of keep hope and keep the faith alive, even if you can't see how things are working out. I think this is going to be a very big test in terms of, yeah, your faith in yourself, in the universe, in the system, that sometimes, just going by the book, allowing yourself to turn inward and take care of yourself is what's going to benefit you, even if it's not the thing that seems to be the most productive on an external level. And so when you reach future challenges or roadblocks, you're going to know that you're capable of working through those feelings and emotions, of acknowledging those hurtful experiences or those detrimental feelings that are keeping you stuck and from stepping into your own light. And you're going to have a new level of resilience. So this is like a healing journey for you. It's very much the journey is the important part, not the outcome at this point in time. So give yourself a break on the major goals and the major external focus. And I think focusing on you is the best way forward this spring. So your affirmations: in order to awaken the world to the light, I must not be afraid to shine. Yeah, and it's like illumination, right? Like this can be the moon as well. It's illuminating our fears and the things that are keeping us stuck. So what is keeping you from stepping into, your own light, letting yourself shine? And we've got, I begin my day with love, which I think is a really important way. And like treating yourself with love and kindness, believing in love, the power of love. That is part of hope and faith and keeping the faith. And that is an important thing to be connected to, especially if you're having to work through this heavy stuff and like reconcile past experiences, let go of the past, step into the unknown, face your fears and kind of determine like, how do I connect with something better or bigger, right? And like with water, you can see she's submerged in the water here too. So this, with the moon, she's completely underwater. With this, she's in her subconscious, she's in her emotions, she's experiencing them, but she's looking toward the sky, and that has like the healing power. So it's kind of like knowing that sitting in those emotions and experiencing them is going to allow you to connect with, something bigger, right? There's the opportunity for that transformation. So love is a huge thing. If I want to feel supported, I must support myself. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's very much your own personal journey. I don't get the sense, like, obviously support and resources are likely available to you and you want to take advantage of that, especially because that's part of this by the book too. It's like there are structures in place that can help you. So take advantage of that. Don't feel like you have to do it all alone. But, it's also not going to be solved for you by someone else. So it's like taking care of yourself on all levels. It's going to give you the support, especially if you feel like you're leaning on other people to make you feel valued or loved or supported. It's like it starts with you. And then I let go and allow the universe to do her thing. So yeah, I just overall, there is definitely a feeling of surrender, of release, of kind of like taking your foot off the gas. You can coast, you can move forward, you can do what needs to be done, but really turning inward, reflecting, focusing on healing and taking care of yourself in the most like holistic kind of way, and trusting that you're not going to be stuck, trusting that you're not going to regress, trusting that, you're not going to be punished if you're not like at 110% all the time. And in fact, like by trying to go 100%, 10% all the time, that you are punishing yourself and you're going to lead yourself to a breakdown. So it's like trusting that it's totally okay for you to focus on yourself, to turn inward, to do that healing, to work through the heavy stuff that might be keeping you from really like being your best self, getting the most out of your life. And especially if you are focused on material goals, it's recognizing that those are most likely to manifest for you when you are taking care of yourself and you're doing that kind of inner work and letting go of the unhealthy things that might be compromising your well-being, right? And then you can kind of get some new perspective and step into your power and start connecting with something that really makes you feel excited about life. So I think that's really promising. I hope that you enjoyed this reading, pile two. I really hope that the spring months bring you everything that you're hoping for. If it is a heavy time, just one day at a time, please be gentle with yourselves, because this does seem to be a really challenging energy, but it has a really wonderful outcome. And I kind of get the vibe that you guys are just like, you guys are just building up to summer. You are doing the groundwork, laying the foundation. So if at any point you start to feel demoralized or overwhelmed, just know you're setting yourself up for success. This is part of the work that needs to be done. And you can only do your best each and every day. So you guys got this. I believe in you. If you enjoy this reading, please feel free to like the video. Definitely leave me a comment if you feel so inclined. If there's anyone that you can think of that might benefit from this content or these readings, please feel free to share my channel and my readings with them. And if you haven't already, you can pop on over to my channel at Bright Soul Collective Tarot and take a look at some of my other readings and hit subscribe to stay up to date on new videos as they're posted. So pile 2, yes, like I said, lots of healing and release. You guys have got this. I hope that the spring season treats you well. And yeah, it's been a pleasure reading for you. I'm very much looking forward to reading for you again in the future. And in the meantime, I'm wishing you all the very best. Hello, pile 3. Welcome to your reading. If you chose this black obsidian arrowhead, then these messages are going to be you. These will be your insights and advice for the spring season. So kicking off on March 20th with the spring equinox and carrying all the way through to June 20th, as the 21st of June is the summer solstice and we'll be moving into summer at that point in time. So these will be your messages for the, we'll take a look at the overall energy and themes of this spring season. And then we'll take a closer look at each one of the months. So we'll pull some tarot cards and see what comes up and finish off with some affirmations. So I decided to also do some channeled messages for your pile. This is a practice that I've been doing before my zodiac readings, and I thought it would be fun to incorporate that into these readings, especially because we're covering a more broad range of dates. It's going to be a span of about 3 months. So I will share those with you first. I channeled those messages before I got your oracle cards, which are here. So yeah, and before we get started, as always, keep in mind this reading is general in nature, so not everything that comes through will apply to you. Definitely take anything and everything that resonates, however that makes sense to your specific situation. Keep an open mind to anything that might be helpful as you move through the season of spring, and simply leave the rest. So pile 3 for your channeled messages. It's kind of interesting because as I was sitting down to channel, I almost had like a sense of confusion. So a sense of confusion, lack of clarity, almost kind of like either there's a lot of information that I can't quite make sense of, or like pieces that I can't quite put together, or perhaps I don't have all the information needed to like draw a conclusion or to know what to do. So you might be feeling a little bit confused, like you're lacking a little bit of direction. I'd be curious to know if that's something that you relate to, because that was the overall vibe that I was kind of picking up on. And so for the channel messages specifically, the first thing that came through was like cedar trees and cedar like smudge sticks. So I'm not sure, you might not even be aware of that, but just like there are like bundles of sage that you can use to smudge, like so smoke, and use the smoke to cleanse your house or your space. You can also do the same with cedar like bundles. So that might be something that you're already aware of, and you might already have a connection to that. It might be part of your spiritual practice. It might be something that if that sparks your interest, it might be worth looking into. Cedar has a really lovely scent. You might also have a connection to cedar trees in general, maybe somewhere, you know, I know one of the forests that I love to walk in, there's tons of cedar trees there and they're really nice. So yeah, and so there might be a need to have some kind of cleansing practice or ritual. I get the sense that like, yeah, cedar smudge, like the smoke, might be something really beneficial. So if that resonates for you, it might be worth looking into. The next thing that came up was occipital. So like the occipital lobe of the brain. I don't recall, I learned all about the brain and all the different areas and functions. I don't recall a huge amount about it, but I do know that it has a lot to do with like, I think that's where the visual cortex is. Like, I think it has a lot to do with vision, I think processing, visual processing. So Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if maybe you have some kind of connection. Maybe there's something neurological you might be experiencing, maybe something related. It might not even have anything to do with the brain and that lobe of the brain. It could have something to do with like visual disruptions or like something like that. It's really completely bizarre. I'd be very curious to know if you do have a connection. Maybe that might be something worth looking into if that makes any kind of sense to you. But yeah, brain function, visual processing, that kind of stood out. The next thing that came through was forensic files. So it's like that old TV show investigating. Yeah, it can be a little gruesome at times, but you might. And then the other thing that came through is like from the moment that came through, I kind of got the sense that you guys might be into like true crime stories, true crime podcasts. Like that might be an interest of yours. You might find it really intriguing. It might be like a main source of entertainment. So maybe that has some kind of significance to you. The next thing that came through was absolution. And so to me, that is a sense of kind of like, yeah, being absolved of your sins, being forgiven for any kind of wrongdoing, being able to kind of like rectify anything that's happened that maybe there might be hurt or regret around. That could be simply in relationship to yourself and decisions that you've made. It could be in relationships with other people, ways that you might be looking for forgiveness or closure. And it could also be something that you're experiencing as a result of someone else's decisions or actions. So there might be a focus on that, trying to bring to light any kind of wrongdoings, anything you feel like you've done wrong, or maybe you were mistaken about, or any way that you feel like you've been wronged or slighted. It might be a really good opportunity just to bring a new level of awareness to that, work through whatever those experiences are, and move in the direction of absolution. And kind of like the idea with absolution is wanting to be able to fully move forward from it, right? So like in dealing with it, there is the acknowledgement that it's not going to be sticking with you beyond that point. It's not going to be something that you're carrying with you in guilt that you're going to constantly be projecting outward for a long period of time. It's kind of like almost like the idea of needing to tie things up so that you can fully leave them behind and move on from it, and just like let yourself be free of that energy. So not forgiving someone and then like secretly still being hurt and holding it against them kind of thing. It's like really allowing yourself to move through and to let go of whatever that might be, however that might apply for the good of everyone, really. The next thing that came through was my friends never like me. And I thought that was like an interesting thing to say. So like friendship might be something that's challenging for you currently. It might be you might be coming into a challenging period in your friendships or relationships. Perhaps you're somebody who's had a difficult time either connecting with people, aligning with people, finding people that you can trust. Maybe you've had previous experiences that make it difficult to really connect with and be vulnerable with and trust the people around you. Maybe you have been surrounding yourself with people that aren't necessarily trustworthy, and it's kind of difficult and you're feeling a little bit alone. But there is a sense of, I can't tell if this is really the case or if this is just a fear. So if that does resonate for you, it might be worth taking a look into. It's like, are the people around you like, do you have good reason to think that they don't like you? Or is that just a fear, right? Is that just an insecurity as a result of past circumstances? Or are these people that like legitimately you're not sure if you can trust? You don't know if they're being honest with you. And then I think you'll probably know how to handle that in the best way. Like I would say open communication in those types of situations would be really important. If you feel like it could potentially just be a fear and it's not necessarily reflective of how other people are feeling about you. The next thing that was interesting was right on time. And I didn't think like right on time as in like, oh, perfect, I'm on time for my meeting. It felt like a bigger picture kind of right on time feeling, like a divine timing kind of thing. And so you might either be in a position where you're starting to embrace the fact that things kind of happen in their own time, in divine timing, being able to trust that the things that you are wanting to connect with, that you will when the time is right, and that, you know, we don't always know when that is going to be or how that's going to come about. And maybe just leaning into a sense of trust that things are happening, you know, right on time. You are where you need to be. You're where you're meant to be. You're having the experiences that you're meant to. Everything is happening, you know, right on schedule. So not to worry about that. The next thing that came through is the number 75. I don't know what that could be. It could be a birth year. It could be, you know, somebody's turning 75. Someone is 75. Maybe that's just like a lucky number, favorite number. Maybe that's a number that comes up for you over the course of the spring. And also from numerology, we add the digits together, right? So 7 plus 5 is 12. And then 1 plus 2 is 3. So 3, the number 3, a lot of times is associated with like alignment. It can be a spiritual number, but a lot of times it's associated with alignment. So like body, mind, and soul, bringing everything into alignment, making sure that you're kind of like united on all of those levels in order to maintain an appropriate level of balance as you're moving through life. So I don't know, maybe that is the takeaway from that. The next thing that came through was Mount Rainier, and I don't even know what that is. Like, I Googled it. It is, I thought it was just a mountain, but it is a mountain in, I think, Washington, but it's actually a volcano. And I think it's like a live volcano. Like, it's not dormant, I don't believe. It's still active. So I don't know if that's an important landmark to you, maybe volcanoes in general, maybe like geology, maybe the Washington state in general. I don't know if you have some kind of connection to that. The next thing that came through was, so morgue. But the weird thing is it wasn't just the word morgue. It was the thing that actually came to me. And this is like very specific. So I'd be curious to see if it applies to even just like one of you. But it was an idea about like, or sorry, a dream about waking up in a morgue or like being in a morgue. Like, so I kind of got the sense that like there might be a fear of like people mistakenly thinking that you're dead and like being taken to a morgue and like waking up in a refrigerator or something. Like, I don't know. It was a really weird thing. So it could be a fear, it could be a nightmare, but there was a sense of like a dream, something about a dream in a morgue being significant, waking up in a morgue, being in a morgue, some kind of discomfort around that. So I thought that was really interesting. Another thing that came through was weather the storm. And so it's kind of like recognizing that even when things are turbulent, even when your external environment is not necessarily calm and conducive to an easy time, that it's kind of like you have the ability to tap into this deeper level of strength to kind of do what you need to do. And so like weathering the storm, the idea is that you're not necessarily going to be accomplishing a lot. You're not necessarily going to be really active and making headway and experiencing a great deal of success. You're just kind of trying to get through that struggle period, right? So when you're in the middle of a storm, even if you think about a boat in the ocean, right? If you're in the middle of a storm, at that point, you're not even necessarily focused on wherever it is that you're sailing to, your end goal, getting to your destination, like you would be if you were sailing smoothly. It's just about getting through that storm, right? Like that's what's on your mind. That's where your energy is. And so it gave me the sense of like being in the present moment, being aware of what you're experiencing, what challenges you're up against. If there's something that is proving to be a struggle or is consuming a lot of your time and effort right now, especially if it feels like a bit of a storm, it's okay if that's where most of your energy is focusing, right? If you have to spend most of your time and energy focusing on just kind of staying afloat right now, for this time being, it's recognizing that there's obviously a reason for that. You need to take care of yourself, and that energy won't last forever. So it's knowing that you can kind of dig deep, hold on to that inner strength and use that to do whatever you need to do to stay afloat. And eventually, you know, calmer seas will prevail, and you know that energy will shift and you'll be able to focus again on moving forward. But right now you might be in a position where it doesn't feel like you're making headway, or maybe there's external conditions that are kind of throwing a wrench in your plans. The next thing that came through was my fantastic life. And I kind of got like, there's two things that struck me from this. Like, one was a little bit of sarcasm. Like, maybe you like to poke fun at your life situations and your challenges. Like, wow, so great. Like, gosh, wow, I'm just so blessed with all of this wonderful stuff that's happening to me. Meanwhile, like, your life is a dumpster fire. I'm not saying that it is, but that might be one of the ways that you kind of like alleviate stress, is to just poke fun at maybe having bad luck, or maybe when things don't work out for you. The other thing that I got was, it's like, it made me think of like a TLC or an MTV like reality show, like My Fantastic Life. And instead of it being like the typical stuff where everybody gets on TV and they're like, look how wonderful I am, look how rich I am, look how many friends I have, like all of this stuff, it's like, wow, my fantastic life, look at how much of a dumpster fire. Like, it just, I don't know, it was a really funny energy. It was like it was like a lot of charisma there. So that, I don't know, that was just funny. It made me laugh. So I'd be curious to know if you you relate to that. The next thing that came through was by your side. So yeah, there could be, you know, maybe you've got like one or two people in specific that are really close to you that you feel like you can really rely on, you lean on heavily, specifically in times maybe that are a bit tumultuous. And so it's just being aware of who those people are and making sure that, you know that they're resources, you know that they're in your corner. And you know, not being afraid to ask for help from those individuals, and to help, or to ask for support if you need it. And then it also kind of gave me the sense that it's not even necessarily like actual people, it can be, but it's also like recognizing like the energies that are always kind of like by your side. So the support that you receive from the world of the unseen, however you want to classify that, if it's like passed on loved ones or ancestors or angels, however your own relationship to spirituality kind of makes sense. But it's acknowledging, like, obviously there's a lot more to life than what we can see. And, you know, there are invisible energies that we can pick up on, even just in the sense of like intuition and like gut feelings and stuff like that. And so it's recognizing that you have a team of support that's like, it's there supporting you, it's available to you. Sometimes it's just a matter of asking for help or guidance. And yeah, it's like being willing to acknowledge that you're not on your own. Like, you have support, you have resources, you know, from the physical world and the spiritual world. And that might be really important to kind of helping you navigate your way these next couple of months. And then the next thing that came through was Nice, France. So it's like a really beautiful coastal region of France, a huge tourist destination. So I'm not sure, that might have some significance to you. You might feel drawn there, maybe a vacation, maybe French food specifically. You might want to take a look at some of the imagery and see if any of that speaks to you, if you're not familiar with the location. And then the last thing that came through was Summertime Sadness. So that's a song. Obviously, most of us would know that, but so it doesn't have to be the song. I would say, like, give it a listen, or, you know, even just read the lyrics and see if there's anything in there that resonates with you. That might be impactful. And it could also be a sense of, like, I don't know, perhaps summertime isn't necessarily something that you're looking forward to. Maybe there's a connection to summer or the summer months that is painful, or maybe you've got a lot coming up that you're kind of feeling hesitant about. Summertime sadness can also refer to, it's like summer is like the best season, everybody loves it, everyone enjoys it, there's so much freedom, and because of that, sometimes before it even begins, it's like we're sad about the fact that it's a fleeting period of life. And so it's kind of like the acknowledgement that things are always changing, and that like the good times, the summer when everything is in full bloom, can't last forever. And sometimes we can sabotage our opportunities for happiness just by focusing on the fact that inevitably things will change. So that might be worth keeping in mind. Okay, so let's take a look at your cards. So your first oracle card says, wait, it's not yet time. Things are being woven. And your second, sorry, I've kind of got glare, is to the sea. And the number is 7. Okay, so this actually kind of goes hand in hand with some of the messages and the energies that I was picking up on when I was channeling. Because, so wait, that's pretty obvious. Like, we don't get the sense that there's going to be a whole lot of action or movement or decision making. There is a reason for things to be slow or perhaps not moving forward at all. And the interesting thing with to the sea is you can see she's in this boat here, but there isn't the sense of movement there either. She's like right in the center, you know, there's no sail, there's no motor. It's kind of just like, there isn't a particular direction to this card. And so, yes, the overall energy is, it's like this doesn't seem to be a time of action or moving forward. It's kind of like learning how to move and flow with life and experiences as they come to you. So I know with spring, we're coming out of the winter season. The winter can feel long and slow. Typically, the winter season is when we experience this kind of like stagnant energy, waiting, resting, recuperating, recharging. There isn't a whole lot to do, right? It's the slow period. And it kind of looks like you're being encouraged to kind of embrace that energy throughout spring. Especially if you're someone that feels resistant to moving slowly, or resting or waiting, or, not seeing a lot of action and progress toward a goal. It kind of seems like the spring months are going to give you an opportunity to really lean into the fact that, sometimes we just need to wait. Sometimes we need to take a step back. We need to kind of like keep the faith and see how things will unfold, because if we are resisting slow periods that are intended for rest and really intended to help us delve a little bit more deeply into our own experience and kind of reach a new level of understanding of ourselves, but also a greater level of awareness, ourselves, our experiences, the world as a whole. Sometimes resisting that energy makes it stick around longer, because in our resistance to resting and turning inward, we actually miss, or we're delaying the opportunity to learn whatever we're meant to learn so that we can start moving forward, right? So I would consider the spring season, you might be really tempted to start jumping into things and moving forward. And this isn't saying that you can't do anything or accomplish anything. It's just saying to kind of like take the pressure off, that it's like not to be full steam ahead, not to be over planning or trying to execute everything perfectly on some kind of schedule to get, to find the fastest way to your destination and just like bang it out and get there. This is more like with wait and to the sea together. To the sea is all about connecting to the flow of life and basically kind of surrendering to it and trusting it. And so it's trusting that you're where you are right now, you're feeling what you're feeling right now for a reason. The experiences that you're having, whether it's like a roadblock that you're up against, whether it's a decision that needs to be made, something that you're lacking clarity on, if you don't know what direction you want to go in. This is kind of a period where you're being asked to just almost to like lean into that, right? And to see where the experiences that you're currently in, whether they're your desired experiences or not, to see where that leads you and what that has to teach you. So it's like, instead of focusing on an end goal that you want to reach specifically, or how you get to that end goal or moving forward, it's more about seeing what can you do with what you've got right now, and almost approaching whatever it is that seems to be holding you back or blocking you anything that you're feeling impatient about, and kind of approaching that with a little bit of curiosity and seeing like, okay, well, what am I feeling this way about? And why might I be feeling that way? And, you know, how do I step out of resistance? Because when you're resisting something, whether it's like stagnancy or learning opportunities or whatever the case may be, when you're resisting it, you're actually extending a lot of energy just trying to keep it away and trying to keep yourself from engaging and participating on the level that you're being asked to. And so if you can just kind of step out of that resistance, you'll have a whole lot more time and energy and attention to just approach it with curiosity and to turn inward and reflect on what it is that you're experiencing, how that might be connected to your previous experiences, how it might be connected to, you know, limiting beliefs or your you know, values, your perceptions. So it's kind of like, this is, I would say, you might not be moving forward, you know, in terms of like your hobbies or your career or really taking action toward a goal externally. I get the sense that this is more of like an internal energy of like self-discovery. So this is an opportunity for self-discovery. So if on the physical plane in your external environment, things are feeling slow and stagnant, it's trusting that that's okay. That's not going to be forever. It's not going to hold you back, and you're not going to be worse off for it. So you don't need to like worry and stress and put pressure on yourself to try and like push through that. I get the sense that everything will be fine on that level, but right now is meant to be a time where things are slowing down externally to give you the opportunity to kind of dive into this transitional space or this waiting period and to do a little bit of self-exploration. So to deepen your connection to and your understanding of yourself, because when the time comes that the wait is over and that things are ready to move forward, you are going to have a greater level of awareness on just how to go about reaching your goals or what opportunities that are available to you that you want to take, right? So I very much get the sense that it's like, if you can lean into the wait and embrace it and use that time to kind of focus on yourself and your own healing and your own self-awareness and figure out like what your resistance to waiting is, what your resistance to like the slow periods in life, what that might be tied to, and like release yourself of the need to pressure yourself to constantly move forward. It's like granting yourself a little bit more peace and kindness, I think. And in the meantime, like while you're doing this kind of inner deep dive and trying to connect more with yourself, it's trusting that like that process, that internal process and development of awareness is going to take you where you need to go externally too, even if things are not feeling really super productive. And even if you can't see how that inner work is going to benefit you or help you move forward in your external environment, it's kind of like just being open to the people, places, the experiences that you're having, approaching it with curiosity and seeing like, okay, well, what can I do with this? You know, what does this bring up within me? You know, if I don't feel like I'm being productive and getting to where I want to be, but I know that I'm here and I'm maybe stuck here for a reason, what can I take from it? Right? So it's like, if you can just get past resistance and know it won't last forever, but there's a valuable opportunity to maybe still learn or do something, it's like, what do you want to take from it? Right? So finding a way to make use of it and to just lean into it and flow with life experiences, because also flowing with your life experiences is a big part. Like that's something that can be difficult to kind of accept, but it's important when it comes to manifestation. It's trusting that things are in motion, even if you can't see it, that even through our most stagnant periods, it doesn't mean that we're not making progress. It doesn't mean that we're never going to get to the end goal. It's just, you know, it's a phase of the cycle of life, right? We can't always be going, like this reminds me of PAL 2. We can't be going at 110% all the time. It's not feasible. We'll break down if we do that. So I think learning how to wait, diving deep, improving your connection to yourself, trusting that things will move forward again. And when they do, you're going to be ready to snatch whatever opportunity comes up. It's going to give you a lot more ability to trust yourself to operate in those uncertain periods when things are not clear or things are not moving forward, to trust that the experiences that you're having are still valuable in one way or another, even if you can't understand what that might be right now. And to just kind of navigate life's experiences as they come, because if you're working towards something or you wanting to manifest something, there will be times that you're required to wait. There will be periods of uncertainty. And if you become discouraged or you get too much in your head or you talk yourself out of it, then you have the opportunity to kind of sabotage the very work that you're doing to try and get to your end goal. So the waiting is the hardest part, right? Because that's when the fear creeps in that maybe I'm not doing enough and maybe it's not happening because I'm not meant to have it. And if I'm not meant to have it, then what am I going to do? Like what, it can spark a whole crisis. And so it's basically, if you're in a period of waiting, it's not that you're doing anything wrong. You're just being given the gift to develop a greater level of awareness, to learn how to navigate the discomfort of not knowing and not moving forward, because it's easy. Like when things are moving forward and going well, it's easy to feel happy. But it takes a lot more awareness and a lot more effort on our parts to navigate the less desirable circumstances, the slower periods, and to flow with those experiences when they're not valuable, right? When they're not presented to us as valuable, because we're used to like everything being go, go, go all the time, like immediate response, immediate, gratification. And that's just not, that's not the way that things go, at least not all the time. And yeah, it's trusting that like things are falling into place, but they can't fall into place immediately. Like things take time. And that you might not be able to see how that's being woven kind of like under the surface, but it's trusting that they are, right? Like you're not stuck. And the other thing is, I think in the guidebook, this refers to like a fisherman's saying that like when fishermen aren't able to go out and fish, they stay home and mend their nets. So it's kind of like there's still value, right? So it's like, even if you take the analogy of fishing, like even if the sea is too rough and you can't go out, you can't go out, and like fishing might be your livelihood. Like that might be the only way that you put food on the table, whether it's actual food or whether it's, selling fish for money so that you can support your family. Obviously, there's a lot of opportunity for stress and pressure to arrive if you're not able to go out and do your job, especially if you're depending on that to move you forward, right? But it's recognizing that even in the periods of wait, when we're not able to do things the way that we want to do them, or the things that are important to us are not an option, there's still room for productivity. There's still room to do something that will be helpful to you, that will be beneficial to you, right? And then, if you mend the nets on a day that you're not able to fish anyways, then you don't have to sacrifice a day of viable fishing to fix your nets if they go to crap, right? So it's kind of like, by accepting the stagnant periods and leaning into those restful periods and trying to treat ourselves well and doing what we can to kind of find stability, to do our work during those times, it just puts us in a really good position to seize opportunities and to be successful and move toward the things that are important to us when those opportunities come, which inevitably they will, because things always change, right? And so, for example, if you have the opportunity to rest and you're just fighting against that and resisting it, you could very well be wearing yourself down during a period of time where nothing is going to kind of come of that anyways. So you're spending all of your energy trying to make something happen, and in the end it doesn't happen and you're exhausted. And then when the opportunity arises for you to move forward on whatever that is, you might be so exhausted from resisting it that you need to rest. So it's just like, it's trusting that, it's okay. It's okay for things not always to be moving forward. It's okay to take a rest, and that you can totally flow with life. So we're gonna pull some tarot for the next few months. So the first will be the remainder of March. So you have the King of Wands. Then we're going to take a look at April, Page of Pentacles. We'll take a look at May. May, we've got the 8 of Cups. And then June. So like I said, this will go to about June 20th. That will take us to the end of the spring season. So we'll get one more card for June. Oh, this one's taken some time. Okay, let's see. There we go. What is this? Queen of Swords for June. Okay, and at the bottom of the deck we have the Hermit. Oh, that's fitting. I like this energy already. I'm going to go ahead and get your clarifiers immediately, and then I'll just read all of the tarot together. Okay, so for the King of Wands, we have the Sun. Let's see for Page of Pentacles. This keeps happening when I'm trying to get clarifiers. I just get a whole whack of stuff falling out of the deck. So that is too many cards. We will try again. Now my cards are all messed up. Okay, bear with me just a moment. Okay, let's get a clarifier for this Page of Pentacles. Just the Fool. Okay, 8 of Cups. Okay, oh, that one was confident. 8 of Cups, clarified by the 4 of Wands. And Queen of Swords. Let's get one last card. That was the Hermit. And the bottom of the deck is the Hierophant. Well, there's a lot of big energies here. Yeah, so it's interesting. So with the Hermit and the Hierophant on the bottom of the deck being the energy that's kind of influencing all of this, it's telling me you might be kind of in a position where you have to start blazing your own trail, or perhaps you've always kind of lived a very structured life, you know, followed all of the steps. It might be like about having to transcend some kind of like structured way of thinking or perceiving the world and moving through the world. And it could also be about like almost needing to submit to or follow a figure of authority in any given way. So that could be like in terms of, you know, making decisions for yourself. Maybe you need like people to validate that, or to educate you, to help you make the right decision. Perhaps whatever it is that you're interested in doing, you feel like you need to be like highly qualified. You need to learn from the best at the best school. You need like a mentor to kind of like, it's like a very, the sense that I'm getting is that it's kind of recognizing that while there are a lot of teachers, there's a lot of wisdom, there's a lot of knowledge available to us. There are lots of different institutions and avenues to follow to connect with that information, those teachings, and that's all important, and it all serves an important purpose. It's also recognizing that you can't deny your own experiences, your own inner light, your inner wisdom, your intuition, your gut feelings. And you can't just always defer to things outside of you. You can't just defer to, you know, a teacher or a friend or a mentor or like a set of religious beliefs. Like, there's nothing outside of you that you are going to find that is going to support you in validating you and doing exactly what is right for you, because that's very personal to you and you're the only one that knows that. And so it could either be that you are aware of this and this is like an energy that you've been struggling with, is like really starting to become aware of and put more stock into your intuition and your inner wisdom, because this is it involves being isolated, like cutting yourself off from the things outside of yourself so that you can really be quiet and tune in on who you are, what you feel, what's important to you, what are your values, and where would that take you, right? And, you know, it's being aware of the structures that are in place in society, in your life, in your relationships, that might be pressuring you to follow a certain route or to commit to a certain set of actions or beliefs, that might be kind of keeping you either in a comfort zone or keeping you in an acceptable place that's neat and tidy, that isn't fully allowing you to realize and act upon what you know to be right for you. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Why you would be needing to wait, because the thing is like, these are very opposing energies. So like the Hierophant is like the priest, right? And the Hermit is like the sage, like the wizard. so there can be a clash between these energies, especially if you're somebody that really greatly values, like, you know, education, you know, certification, following the rules, doing things by the book, you know, following the obvious steps. Because it can be a safe and easy route, especially if that is a comfortable energy for you to be in. Some people revolt against this type of structure and energy, and other people find comfort in it because it gives them a clear set of standards to kind of make decisions by and to act on, and it keeps them feeling protected from, you know, uncertainty. And the Hermit, being isolated, focusing on yourself, it is kind of an uncertain energy because there is no right or wrong. It really just has to do with you tuning into yourself, what you're feeling and experiencing, what you value, and what that means about your perception of the world and the decisions that you're going to make to take yourself in the direction that you need to go. So it's kind of like, this can very much be like the answers are outside of you. And if you follow a certain path, you'll get there. And this is more like, well, the answers are inside of you, and it's up to you to connect to that and allow yourself to kind of guide your own way, shine your own light. And the thing is, when you're shining your own light, there's only so much of the path that's going to be lit up. So you might only be able to kind of feel your way through one step at a time, and you might not have the whole picture in place. And so the fact that I'm so focused on these energies makes me think that, like, this is probably like a big thing. This is probably why things are not moving forward for you, because it's like maybe these two parts of yourself are clashing, like this inner wisdom, your guidance, that it becoming more aware of it, but also being willing to accept it and act on it, especially if it's outside of the norm and you're accustomed to operating in that framework, or that's something that's really greatly emphasized in your life, like as being important. So yeah, I think the reason that you're being asked to kind of like wait is really, yeah, to allow yourself to connect more deeply with yourself, to turn inward, right? And so, yeah, so what things are frustrating you? Like, what things do you feel like are being kept from you, or you're feeling impatient about, or like you're upset about having to wait on? Like, what are those things? You know, and how can you work toward cultivating more patience or more acceptance about the situations that are not moving forward? Because that might give you a good idea of what it is that you're experiencing, like internally, subconsciously, which might be a real key to determining your direction, right? And the funny thing is like everything points to direction. Like, so there's like a little arrow here, the arrowhead. This is so obsidian is a very like grounding, protective kind of stone, but it also allows us that in combination with the arrowhead allows us to kind of hone our focus and to determine like what direction is right for us. But it also relates to diving deep internally, facing our shadows, our fears, the things that are kind of under the surface, and that inform our attitude and our behavior and our beliefs that we're not necessarily aware of. And so it's kind of like, yeah, I think this is the energy that's longing to be balanced out. And it's nice because looking ahead, I can already see that there's a beautiful opportunity for that. So for the rest of March, you're kind of being, oh gosh, if you're feeling a little bit frustrated and like things are stagnant, I think it's important to really just make a point of connecting to your confidence. Like, do you have issues around confidence? Or are you somebody that, feels inferior? Or do you have, limitations around when you're allowed to feel confident and stable? Because I kind of think like, if you're somebody that you only feel confident and successful and stable and capable if things are moving forward and going well, and then when you're waiting, it just makes you feel like you don't have anything to offer. This is basically saying like the remainder of March is a good time to kind of recognize that your confidence and your worth are not tied to your productivity, not tied to your external circumstances and the moves that you're making in the world. It's like what you have to offer is within you, right? And it's your connection to yourself, your awareness of that will allow you to step into that energy. And the more that you're aware of that and the more that you give that space and attention in your life, the more that's going to be reflected in your external environment. So it starts with the inside first, and our external environment and situations are just kind of like a reflection of what's going on inside of us. And so it's recognizing that if you put your worth and value, if you connect that to things outside of yourself, then you're always going to be you're always going to be at the mercy of your environment and your situations. Whereas if you're able to cultivate that and recognize that that's within you and it never goes away, it can't be taken from you, then you're able to connect with that even in times when you're not sure how things are going to work out, or even when times when you're waiting and you have to kind of like flow with life. It takes confidence and self-assurance and also the ability to like, it's not just confidence for yourself, but like also, recognizing that you have leadership skills and recognizing that you're somebody who's able to connect with and lead other people when you're in your confidence, when you recognize your strength and your passion, and when you're willing to connect with that and express that and use that to inform your decisions. Because this is here with the sun, and the sun is the happiest card in the deck. It has everything to do with, joy and love and happiness and fulfillment. It is abundance, it's tied to children and our inner child, like connecting with play and joy. And so it's kind of like the key might be like embracing your inner child, right? Embracing your joy, embracing your happiness, the things that are important to you, the things that inspire you, and having the confidence to know that like you deserve that. You deserve to have those experiences. You deserve to share that part of yourself with others. That deserves to be a part of your life. And that happiness and play and joy doesn't just come when you've worked hard enough, that just like it's possible for you to be confident, even if your external environment like is gone to shit and things are not working out, like you can still have that inner confidence because it's knowing that like you are what is of value, not what is outside of you. Nothing else determines your worth. In the same way, you're allowed to connect with joy and happiness and fun and to enjoy your life no matter what. You don't have to just be slaving away all day, every day to reach a certain point to say like, okay, well now I get to be happy and enjoy my life. It's like, the more that you can connect with this energy, this confidence, this happiness and joy now, lean into it and allow yourself to connect with it, that's going to really change your energy, and it's going to make it easier to get through this waiting period. So it's kind of like, yeah, dropping the resistance and figuring out like, how do I make this work for me? How do I take this opportunity where things are not moving forward, or where I'm being required to wait, and like, how do I build up my confidence? How do I recognize what I have to offer? You know, how do I connect with more joy and make more room for that in my life? Because that is the stuff that lights you up, and that's only going to continue to benefit you. So it's kind of like, you might need it, especially if you're feeling isolated. The waiting and the internal reflection can be like a challenging energy to be in. So it's like, the things that you enjoy, the things that you have fun doing are going to support your confidence, your inner strength, your awareness of what you have to offer, and to see like, hey, I can be a happy, healthy, confident, strong person who is totally capable. And that doesn't change even if I haven't reached my goal yet, or even if things are not moving forward, or even if I have to wait. So I really like that for you. For April, we have interesting, like an opportunity. Yeah, it's like an opportunity for something tangible to start taking place. So that might be what this is connected to. Like perhaps there is a specific hobby, a job. Maybe it might be like entrepreneurial in nature. Maybe there's something like a business that you're wanting to start, a hobby that you're wanting to lean into. It could be making more money, like any like material kind of focus. And it's basically saying like, the opportunity is there. So the path isn't set in stone, and you don't necessarily know what, you might not know what the end goal is. You just kind of know what you're leaning toward, what you're wanting to create for yourself. And you might not know the steps there, but it's kind of like, I get the sense that there's a certain level of awareness of like what it is that you want to manifest physically. And that might be where you're experiencing the block. And it's basically saying like, yeah, there's opportunity available to you, but the important thing is not boxing yourself in terms of what that's going to look like, or how it's going to happen, or when it's going to happen. It's like, there's a certain amount of trust that you're going to be able to figure that out and connect with the right thing when the time is right. And with the Fool being here, the Fool is all about taking a leap of faith. So it's not asking us to just be reckless and just jump off a cliff without looking or thinking, but it's not being afraid to jump into something new or to step into the unknown. If we are feeling compelled to do something new, to do something different, to embark on a new journey or step out on a new path. And so perhaps you've been aware of like this new path that you've been trying to like make progress on something that is very specific to you, that is related to this journey of doing something new, maybe following a more heart-centered path, or trying to be more open to opportunity for transformation and for growth, and to follow this inner wisdom and see where that takes you, as opposed to, having other people validate or guide you, or trying to follow a really structured set of rules or a formula to get to where you want to be. So maybe you realize that like, yeah, there might be a formula for success, but that kind of success is not what you're looking for. And maybe you're looking for something that's more personally fulfilling. And it's like, you kind of know what that is, but you have to take the chance to do something differently, right? And it's like kind of maybe forego the familiar and step into something unknown. And so that can be really hard. And it might be making, like, if you are on this path and this is an energy that you've been either already connecting with or aware that you want to move into, it might be that you're at the point where you're having to hone your focus, or maybe there's a decision to be made that relates to this new path, that you might just need to wait, right? So it's like, you might not have all the information that you need right now to make a decision. And I think that it's just really important to recognize all that you've been able to achieve, to see what you're capable of creating, and to know that it will pan out for you and there is opportunity available. But if you have a decision to make, or if there's a direction that you need to go in and you're not quite sure yet, it's about taking the time to connect with yourself and your heart and to feel your way through it. And if you aren't confident in what you're feeling, if you're trying to go by your inner wisdom in a more heart-centered kind of direction, it's recognizing that it's okay to wait, right? Because like, she's not in a rush. She's balancing on one foot. And it's like finding peace in like slow periods, because this is very much like sometimes things need to slow down. You know, sometimes things need to slow down and we need to wait on making decisions or really like moving toward the end goal, because that's part of connecting to ourselves. That's part of letting things line up, right? Because if you are rushing to get to an end goal as quickly as possible, then in rushing, you might be preventing yourself from connecting with a really amazing opportunity that will fast track you or take you in a direction that you couldn't even fathom if you had just waited like another week, right? So if things are not clear to you, and even if you're asking for guidance, specifically, even on a spiritual perspective, if you're asking for guidance and you feel like nothing's coming through or there's no obvious answers, then it's like that is an answer in itself. And really, it's like, if it's not happening, it's just not time yet, and that's okay. And trusting that that balance and that waiting is also part of the journey, right? That's part of you stepping into the unknown and following your heart and trusting that when the time is right, you'll know. And up until then, all you can do is your best to just kind of take care of yourself and stay balanced. So for the month of May, we have the Eight of Cups, which is like, it can be walking away from something. The fact that it comes up here with the Four of Wands, it could very well be a relationship. This is often a romantic soulmate relationship because this is a card of like marriage and love and celebration. It can be like, you know, two like halves of a whole, kind of like two people united together. So it could be walking away from a partnership, a version of your partnership that isn't working. Like, so maybe like needing to revise like how you and your person are showing up. It could be in a romantic relationship or friendships, business as well. And it can also be related to your emotions and your ideas about like what success looks like, you know, what limitations you put on celebration, right? So it's like, you know, if you accomplish small things, they're not worth celebrating because they're not that big thing that you want to achieve. So you might be needing to like revise the values that you have around, it could be relationships and like specifically, but also about like stability and connection to your passion and like following this path. Because wands are all about like creativity and inspiration and passion, and like it's kind of like it's very much like lighting your own path, right? And so, yeah, like there might be something that you felt was emotionally fulfilling or you felt like was right for you and was going to bring you kind of like the love and the happiness and the connection that you were looking for. And maybe it did, like maybe that brought you as far as it could and it's not doing what it needs to anymore. Maybe it's time to let it go. Or maybe the idea, like your ideas around what is most important to you and what is going to be most meaningful to you, maybe it's about revising that, because perhaps the feelings that you have and the perceptions that you have around it are not actually serving you, right? That might be part of this, right? This inner wisdom. And it's allowing yourself to say like, hey, it's okay if there is something that you thought, and this doesn't have to be a relationship, but it's okay if there's something that you were trying to connect with that you felt like would be really stable and fulfilling, and it didn't end up being that way. And it's okay not only that it didn't end up being that, but it's also okay to let go of that and to move towards something better. Because if you thought it was going to be like the stable foundation to build on for happiness and it didn't end up being that way, then to resist that reality and to try and force it to happen is only just committing to something that you know isn't going to work out for you. So it's basically saying like, it's okay to let it go. And then in letting go of it and recognizing like you had that experience and you've learned from it, allowing yourself to move away from it opens up the opportunity for something else to come in. And like once you kind of close that door and move away from that thing, and it doesn't have to be like a really hurtful, it can be a difficult energy to leave behind, but it's basically saying like, in leaving it behind, you're honoring that experience and you're honoring yourself. And once you kind of close that door, there's the opportunity for a new one to open. So it's kind of like, this is all very much about following your heart. And a nice thing is that for June, the energy that's showing up here is about kind of coming to a new level of understanding of yourself, your own personal truths, your values, right? So it's kind of like you've got a bigger picture view, you've got a good vantage point, you can see things as they are, and you're not going to deny your feelings in favor of thought and logic, and you're not just going to try and follow a formula or a path because it makes sense on paper and it doesn't speak to your heart. It's basically like this hermit energy is showing up here again, but in this way, it's like, this is kind of like, I'm getting two opposing energies, right? So you might be torn, you might be trying to kind of find your way through, and that might be this waiting period. But the fact that the hermit is here now under the Queen of Swords is telling me that it's kind of like connecting to yourself, doing that inner work, and there might be a lot of shadow work and like letting go of some like deep dark stuff that could be keeping you from experiencing the lighter side of life, and like taking that light and feeling confident in your ability to connect to yourself, feeling confident in your self-awareness, your intuition, your inner guidance, your ability to follow your heart, trusting that, you know, sometimes you do need to be isolated from other people, you know, and trusting that the answers are within you, and that the things that are available to you, that you are capable of discerning what's right for you. And even if that means that sometimes you have to stop or wait, sometimes you have to postpone, sometimes you're not ready to make a decision, it's knowing that if you have any level of discomfort around it, it's okay to take more time. And if you're in a period of time of rest and wait, that you are able to kind of withstand the discomfort of being in that place and use that opportunity to connect to your own inner wisdom, which is only going to make you more aware of what is right for you and allow you to make decisions and communicate in such a way that you're empowered. And you're going to follow your own kind of path, right? So it's like blazing a new trail. The image that I got like immediately is like her using her sword to like blaze a new trail, like to cut, right? And this is the sword of truth. So it's kind of like coming to understand and accept your own inner truth and what works for you, to advocate for yourself. And it's like, it's not like you're trying to prove anything to anyone. You're not attacking anyone. This is like a very passive energy, that it's like she's just confident that she knows what's right for her, and she doesn't need to like, she doesn't necessarily need to act on it because it's a very internal energy, because that's what guides her in the decisions that she makes. And this doesn't have to be female energy. I'm just saying her because of the card. But it's basically saying like, there's a level of confidence in knowing that everything that you need in order to make the right decisions is within you. You'll connect with it at the right time. You'll get there and you'll be confident in making your decisions. It doesn't have to be a fight with anyone else. And at the same time, like, you're not going to allow yourself to be misled or persuaded by people who are trying to take you in a direction that's not right for you. So this really does seem to be a journey of connecting to yourself, being more aware of what you're experiencing, working through any kind of shadow energy, working through any fears and doubts, limiting beliefs, the things that are keeping you stuck, learning how to embrace the slow periods to rest and to treat yourself well. And there's this opportunity to kind of like move through this energy and take this from like opposing views to like, all right, well, if I've chose to follow my path and believe in my own inner guidance and inner wisdom and act on that, that will take me where I need to go, right? And that will also allow you to continue to flow with the opportunities of life, because just as we have periods of rest, we'll have periods of like flow and movement. And if we are in the moment and we're guided by our own inner wisdom and we're able to make the decisions that are best for us, sometimes we end up being on a roll where things just kind of start flowing in a really positive direction and moving really quickly. So it's kind of like you're setting yourself up to kind of like get back. You can be in the flow of things now, even when things are not moving forward. And it's like, with doing this kind of self-discovery and developing your confidence and following your joy and allowing yourself to kind of make peace with with rest and with stagnancy and leave behind things that aren't serving you. You're going to feel more solid and confident in connecting to your own inner wisdom and using that as your guiding light, but also like communicating that. Like, it's like kind of standing up for yourself, advocating for yourself, right? I let go and allow the universe to do her thing is the first thing that comes through. So it's like, yeah, you might not have that much control over your external circumstances these next few months. I get the sense that it's very much about you, your relationship to yourself, taking care of yourself, doing what you need to do to feel good and to work through whatever's holding you back, and not worrying too much about how things are going to go. There's just, you can trust. I pray before I pay. So it's kind of like, I get the sense of like, gratitude, awareness of the abundance in your life. So especially if things are slow and you're waiting and it's not time to make a decision, it's being aware of everything that you do have. And that will help you keep from getting into a place of fear or lack that will kind of throw you off your game. It's being aware of everything that you do have, everything that you've worked for, trusting that even if you're in a slow period or the abundance that you're looking for, it doesn't seem to be coming through, that you've already got a lot available to you, and that will help keep you in that energy, especially if that's what you're trying to bring more of in. The qualities I dislike in others or disown parts of my shadow. So like I said, you might be doing some shadow work. So it might be other people that are triggering you. So if you end up being in social situations where people are triggering you, there's people like rubbing you the wrong way, there's certain qualities about people that you're like not into at all, it's recognizing that that energy is within you. It's tied to you, a past experience. That person is just reflecting back to you some kind of wound within yourself. And so it's recognizing that that person is not necessarily the issue, although there are obviously problematic people that we run into. But it's being willing to recognize that that is an important opportunity for you to become aware of, like whatever that is, however people trigger you. And it's like, that's power for you to kind of reclaim, and a level of understanding for you to develop with yourself, so that other people might illuminate those shadow areas. So anything that's triggering for you this month, like I said, once you're in social situations, you actually might need to like really withdraw yourself from other people and kind of investigate what kind of experiences you're having and what that means to you, because those triggers are going to be an important part of you connecting to your inner light. And then we've got dissolve all boundaries with love. So I think that's really nice. And it's also recognizing that, like, whether you're following your own path or you're following a trail that's already been blazed, or you're following your own path and there are other people that are committed to more like structured, they might be a little bit more closed-minded, they might not understand. It's recognizing that like you can still have the agree to disagree, like you can still love and respect somebody even if you don't agree with their point of view, even if you're not going to adopt their beliefs. It's like we can be civil, we can respect each other. And so I think even if you're not being granted the level of understanding that you would hope for, it's recognizing that love is kind of the thing that unites us all. So wherever we come from, whatever we believe in, however we're moving through life, like we all love, we are loved, we need love, and that is something that unites all of us. So during those times when you're feeling triggered or you're really focused on your differences, it's recognizing that anything that's standing between you and another person, it can be dissolved and healed by love. And like I said, I didn't say this, but I thought it in my head. It's the idea that you don't have to, like, if there are people that you really just don't drive with, and that inevitably will happen, it's like you don't have to force yourself to spend time with them. Like, obviously them triggering you is meant to help you become more aware of your shadow, but it's like you also don't have to make room for that person in your life. Like, dissolve all boundaries with love. Like, you can love someone from a distance, right? So it's like, send them love, wish them peace, move on. You don't have to allow them to be in your space if that's disruptive for you, but that's part of healing anything that comes up on an interpersonal level. So Pile 3, that is your reading. I hope that you enjoyed. I hope that these spring months bring you everything that you're hoping for. This really seems to be a wonderful time for you to just kind of like lean into life, go with the flow, and really start connecting to your own inner voice, your own inner wisdom and inner light. And connecting with things that feel good is going to be a really good way to do that, to help you work through any discomfort and to let go of anything from the past or anything that you thought was going to be fulfilling that maybe you're kind of realizing is not the way for you. So I think that this time of waiting, even if things are not moving forward, is going to be a really good time for you to get clarity on what you want to move forward. And you might end up with a new perspective over the next couple of months and feel ready to kind of take this new inner wisdom and this new perspective and kind of seize the opportunities that are available to you as you move out of spring. So if you did enjoy this reading, I would love if you could be so kind as to like or share this reading. Leave me a comment if you feel so inclined. And if you haven't already, you can head on over to my channel at Bright Soul Collective Tarot and look at my other readings and subscribe to my channel so you can stay up to date on new readings as they're posted. But yeah, in the meantime, it's been a pleasure reading for you. I hope everything goes well for you. And you might even, because this is for the next 3 months, you might even want to revisit this video after like a month or two. Like you might need a refresher, or it might be interesting to see in hindsight if any of this applies or makes sense. So feel free to come back and take another look if this does end up resonating even like later down the road. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing this space with me. It's a pleasure reading for you, and I look forward to reading for you again in the future. And in the meantime, I'm wishing you all the very best. Hi there, Pile 4. If you chose this strawberry quartz, then this will be your reading. These will be your messages for the spring season. So kicking off with the spring equinox on March 20th and carrying us through to June 20th, as the 21st of June is the summer solstice. So that will indicate the beginning of the summer season. So yes, this information will be for the next few months. So yeah, welcome. We are going to take a look at the overall energies and themes for the season of spring. So your oracle cards, and then we're going to pull some tarot cards to take a look at each of the months of the spring season and to get some clarification. And we will tie that all together with affirmations to help you see you through at the very end. And I decided also that I would take a practice that I've been doing before my zodiac readings of like sitting down and channeling messages before playing the oracle cards. I decided to do that for this reading as well, just for fun. So before I get into reading the cards, I will share with you the channeled messages that came through. And yeah, before we get started, just a usual reminder, as always, that this reading is general in nature. So not all of the information that comes through will be for you specifically. So definitely take anything and everything that does resonate, however that applies to your situation. Keep an open mind to anything that might be helpful. And yeah, simply leave the rest. And then another thing to be said is that because we are covering like the span of a few months, it might be worthwhile, like obviously see what resonates for you now, but keeping that in mind, even if you return to this video after like a month or a month and a half, even to reflect on, you know, the progression of the season to date and see maybe in hindsight if anything resonates, this might be something that is helpful to come back to if you need a reminder or an area of focus. You might also resonate with the information differently based on what you've experienced once you get into the season. So it's just something I'm going to put out there as well. Okay, so we will start with your channeled messages. So I have to say, Pile 4, when I was channeling your energy and your messages, I got like a very zen kind of relaxed vibe. There was also a sense of release, and it was kind of like the idea of tuning out to tune in. So like paying less attention to other people and expectations and the noise going on outside of you, and kind of like isolating yourself and tuning inward. So it's like not being unaware of your surroundings or what's going on in your external circumstances, but it's like not letting that take you off track and kind of, yeah, tuning out from the noise around you in order to tune in better to your own inner experience and what that has to tell you. So the first thing The first thing that came through for your channeled messages was let the rain fall. And so it's kind of like, oftentimes, especially in the summer months when we are wanting to get out and enjoy sunshine and nice weather, we can look at the rain as something that is negative, miserable, unenjoyable, something that disrupts our plans. And this very much had a sense of just like acceptance. Like, rain is a part of life. It's inevitable. And it's kind of like, instead of resisting it, instead of getting worked up and perceiving it as something negative, it's kind of like, this is just a part of life, and accepting it and moving through it, and even maybe finding enjoyment in it. So it's kind of like being unbothered by those types of experiences that other people might deem as being negative, like seeing the value in it, but also not projecting your inner feelings onto external circumstances and like ascribing them with a meaning. So I thought that was a really kind of neat, it's like definitely an elevated view. It's like, let things happen as they will and just deal with it and kind of make the best of whatever life hands to you, right? The next thing that came through was magnetic attraction or magnetism. So it could very well be that it's like your energy throughout the spring season. Maybe you are kind of magnetic. This could be on a social level. Like maybe you find there are a lot more opportunities to engage with people, more invitations, or when you're out, even at the grocery store, maybe people are like making conversation with you. So it might be there, you might have a magnetism to you this season. Or there might be like specific experiences either with other people or with certain like opportunities, hobbies, anything like that. Maybe there's something that you feel a really strong pull toward, a strong magnetic attraction, because it's like, you think about magnetism and how magnets act, and it's like they're drawn toward each other, and then once it gets to a certain point, it's like inevitable that they will connect, right? And so it's kind of like acknowledging when you feel that pull and allowing yourself to step into that and the things that you feel the most drawn to, and explore those experiences, because chances are you're drawn to them for a reason. And so that could be something really valuable for you to investigate this season. The next thing that came through was underdeveloped. So it's kind of hard to see like what that might be connected to. It might be, like I said, I got a very Zen vibe. Like there's a lot of acceptance in your energy, but it might be the challenge that you might face, or the issues that you might run into in terms of like your development, your self-awareness. You might be critical of yourself in terms of feeling like you're underdeveloped in a certain area. Maybe you're focused kind of chronically on the areas that you're not as strong in, the areas where you need to improve, and perhaps overlooking all of the wonderful strengths that you have, and all of the strengths that you've developed through your own work and the things that you've been focusing on, because you're kind of just focused on like, that's what stands out, is whatever is underdeveloped. Yeah, I'm not sure how that might make sense to you, but that was the vibe that I got. The next thing that came through was like moist towelette or wet nap, which made me ultimately think of like going out for wings or ribs, like eating a really messy meal. You might be somebody that's like very focused on cleanliness. You don't like getting your hands dirty. Maybe you keep those little like wet naps and you take them everywhere with you. Maybe you are somebody that like needs to wipe everything down. I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny. The next thing that came through was ain't what she used to be. Which kind of gave me a sense of like acknowledging that things change, things grow old, things deteriorate, that it's natural that as life progresses, like even if it's an item of clothing or something, right? It's inevitable that the longer that you own it, the more washes that it goes through, it'll probably fade, it'll probably start to deteriorate. It's not going to be the same, right? So it's kind of like recognizing that there's a certain amount of wear and tear on every area of life. And it's like not criticizing other people and not criticizing yourself for the ways that you've changed, because that is a part of your evolution, of their evolution. That's a part of growth. And it's just natural that like, things are not going to stay the same. And, something that starts out perfect is not going to stay perfect forever, because that's just, life is hard on things. So I think it's just really like honoring the changes that you've been through, that other people have been through, the experiences that shape you, how you've grown, how you've changed. Even if what you're able to see is like the wear and tear, like maybe you're looking at your face and like seeing wrinkles and you're kind of feeling bad or focusing on that, but it's like acknowledging that like, hey, you've been here living, having these experiences. Like it's inevitable that, you know, time and experience and emotion weathers us. And it's just like, instead of seeing that as a loss, it's like it's evidence of the life that you've been living, right? So it's kind of like, it's not something to worry about or look down on. So it might be like a struggle with embracing like aging, even could be a part of it. The next thing that came through was forgetfulness. So perhaps you've been struggling with memory. Perhaps you find yourself feeling a little bit more forgetful than usual, having a hard time keeping track of your tasks. If that is the case, then I would say like anything that you can do to organize, maybe like a day planner or using your calendar on your phone to track like the really important things, and also taking a look and seeing if maybe you're like a little bit overloaded, if there's anything that you can let go of in terms of responsibilities or obligations to kind of give yourself a little bit of a break. You might also be dealing with somebody who is forgetful in nature, and it's that might be a challenge to kind of navigate whether there's something bigger going on there. Because I don't think like, I think we can be hard on ourselves and on other people when it comes to like memory and forgetting things, but it's also such a normal human thing. And yeah, it's like not being too hard on yourself or on other people, however that makes sense, if it does for you. The next thing that came through is on brand. So that kind of gave me the sense of like, it almost felt like a little bit tied to ego. Like there's a certain perception of who you are, what you have to offer. Like this is your identity, this is your brand, this is who you are, this is what you do. That might be something really important to you, like maybe having a designated title or a label or something to define yourself by. It might be like the way that you're accustomed to living. It might be something that is comfortable for you. And so it's very much focused on like, who is that person? What does that look like? What is that thing that defines me? And how do I stay true to that and that brand? The thing that does come up is recognizing that like you yourself are not a brand. I think that it's just like, I would just be very careful about putting any kind of limitations on yourself in terms of who you are, what you can do, how you can act, what you should be sharing with people. And making sure that you're not muting yourself and who you really are and what's really important to you on an authentic level to try and fit into a mold or to meet expectations that are associated with a certain title or a certain job or like a brand, right? So it's okay if you want your message to be on brand and you want to make sure that you're representing yourself like appropriately, but it's like also leaning into authenticity and make sure that you're not boxing yourself in that sense. The next thing that came through was I gave way to you. So there's a sense of like loss or disempowerment, perhaps a situation with a person where you had to prioritize them. Maybe you made some decisions or some changes based on the needs of somebody else and you feel like it hasn't been beneficial for you, or you've really had to sacrifice what's important to you. Yeah, so there might be a little bit of digging to do around that if there is any kind of sense of like you giving way to someone else, you losing something, you feeling disempowered, or like you had to prioritize someone else over you and you ended up losing out as a result. It's probably important to examine any emotions that are tied to that, work through that, maybe like individually with friends, maybe with a therapist, depending on, you know, how that shows up for you. And maybe trying to find a way to turn that loss and sense of disempowerment into something like to find a new perspective on it that's going to be a little bit more empowering, so that you're not feeling, you know, you're not feeling like you've lost out, right? So it's kind of like if you can't change the situation and it's not one that's ideal for you, then it's trying to find a way through it that will be maybe more palatable to you, or will at least not be disruptive as you move forward, and maybe try to make more empowering decisions from this point forward. The next thing was it didn't pay off. So yeah, there was very much a sense of like feeling loss or feeling regret or feeling like you took a chance or you did something not knowing how it was going to turn out and you feel like it didn't turn out the way that you wanted it to, or maybe you're not benefiting from it. So yeah, there might be a shift in perspective needed and maybe just some healing. There might be some emotions under the surface based on decisions that you've been making, and perhaps you've been making decisions that don't necessarily align with what you want, hoping that they'll make other people happy or hoping that it will work out. And it's not until having done that that you realize that it's not what was most beneficial to you. And so that might also be motivation for you to really start tuning into yourself and what's important to you, and making different decisions now, right? The next thing that came through is Sangiovese. So like the grapes, the wine. It's an Italian wine. Don't have a lot of information on that. If you already have a connection to it, I'm sure you'll know. If you're curious about it, go ahead and research it. Red wine, essentially. The next thing that came through is olfactory. So that's obviously like associated with our sense of smell. So that might be something that is on your radar this month, perhaps a heightened sense of smell, perhaps a reduced sense of smell, maybe like allergies are impeding with your senses. Maybe there's some kind of like olfactory dysfunction that you're experiencing. I don't know. However that makes sense to you. The next thing was emancipation, which I thought was such a like a beautiful energy, because emancipation, for me, the first thing that comes to mind is like, you know, when young kids are emancipated from their parents, because it's like their parents are irresponsible or can't be counted on to be appropriate, what's the word that I'm looking for? Guardians. And so the kid ends up having to be like more responsible and like emancipating themselves to give themselves the opportunity to self-advocate instead of relying on parents that aren't reliable, right? So that's like the initial thing that comes up for me. But when I looked more into the actual term, the general sense is like being free from confines or restrictions. So obviously that pertains to like the parent-child relationship and that dynamic, but it's about like really just connecting with freedom, not being limited, not being restricted, whether those are restrictions that you put on yourself, whether they're put on you by work or school or relationship or whatever. It's kind of like disconnecting from the things that feel confining and feel restrictive. And it might not even be that you're like leaving those behind, you're leaving those people, you're removed from that circumstance. It might just be finding a way to free yourself from the weight of those expectations that come along with it, and being able to find space for yourself within that framework, if that makes any sense. The next thing that came through is sometimes things just go wrong. And so again, it's kind of like acceptance that like, you know, life isn't perfect. Everything's always in flux. We have positive and negative experiences, if you want to classify them as such. And yeah, like sometimes you can do everything right and things still go wrong. Sometimes you follow all the steps to success and you still have like a less than ideal outcome, and that's okay. It's recognizing that, you know, all we can do is move through those situations, do our best to learn and accept, flow through any emotions that come up. And, you know, usually it's an opportunity to kind of learn how to handle challenge and adversity and to not be knocked down, right? To not allow that to remove our motivation. So that was kind of neat. The next thing was like smartphone, and then it was used to call me on my cell phone, like the Drake song. So there might be somebody that either you did have a relationship or a connection to that you haven't heard from in a while, that maybe you're thinking about, maybe you're reminiscing, maybe, yeah, you've just been out of contact with somebody and you're hoping that they'll reach out. Maybe they will be reaching out. And you're going to be kind of reconnected. It might be worth listening to the song, taking a look at the lyrics and seeing, or there might be somebody that's on your mind that you used to talk to on a regular basis, that you have fallen out of touch with and that comes to mind. And I would say, like, if anyone comes to mind this month, if there's someone that you're missing, if there's someone that you want to reach out to, I would say it might be a good opportunity to kind of open the lines of communication if you feel so inclined. And then the last thing that came through was master plan and seeing how things are coming together. And so it's kind of like, yeah, kind of like a bigger picture of life. and recognizing that like every experience that we have lends to that bigger picture. We might not be able to see how the experiences that we're having right now are contributing, but you know, the more that we move along, the more that we have experiences, and sometimes just having a little bit of distance between things allows us to take a look back and see like, wow, I thought this was useless at the time, and now I see that, you know, it gave me this opportunity, or I learned this, which was really important for me to get to this place, or I connected with this person who got me this job. Like, it's kind of getting to a point where you're able to see how things have been working out for you, even if it's in a way that you didn't expect, or that you didn't understand, or that wasn't planned, and seeing that like there is kind of a master plan, even if we don't know all of the details. Sometimes it's not until, you know, later down the road in hindsight. So maybe something to keep in mind. Okay, so your first card. There you go. Speak of the devil. It's big picture thinking. So it says Pleiades energy, visionary, inspired ideas. Yeah, so seeing how things, and this is also like your part in the bigger picture. And then the next card is Truth Be Told. So I really like that. And so I think this actually goes pretty nicely with like, with the energy that I was kind of channeling, because I do sense a lot of acceptance, and a lot of opportunity. And it's kind of like, you might have done a lot of work, or have had a lot of uncertainty to get up until this point. And it's like, I kind of feel like you're right on the edge of like maybe putting some major puzzle pieces together, and like, or maybe you're already kind of there. Like maybe you kind of know you're going through, or you have gone through a shift, and maybe you kind of know what the answers are, and you know what direction you want to go in. And it's just kind of like getting to the point where you are ready to just fully own that. Because I'm going to start with Truth Be Told. So this obviously has to do with truth. So truth, there are different versions of truth, right? So a personal truth is your truth based on your feelings, your experiences, the way that you've grown up, like, and that's true. It's true to you based on what you know of yourself and what you've been through. And then there is like a higher truth, which is like, it's not up to us to decide, right? It's just kind of like the nature of the universe. So it's kind of like when you take a look at that big picture and you see how everything has fallen into place, you can see the higher truth of like how everything worked for you and what that means. And your personal truth is kind of like what you're dealing with and feeling right now. So each individual has their own personal truth. And so this is about recognizing that everybody has different feelings, different experiences, different perspectives, and that influences their own truth. And there isn't a personal truth or a truth that's more true than others. So the focus is not on who is right or whose truth is more true. It's about acknowledging that two very different people with different experiences can come together and honor each other's truth. And I think in being willing to speak your truth and share that with people. So it's kind of like, you know, this is who I am and this is what's important to me. That's needed in a relationship. And if the other person shows up and said, this is who I am and this is what's important to me, then the two of you have the tools to understand each other, understand each other's truths, and to figure out like, okay, how do we work together to honor each other? How do we work together to meet our own needs, to meet each other's needs, like to support, you know, both of us in this interaction? And this can be in any kind of relationship. And so it's basically saying like, you want to be upfront and honest with people about what's important to you, and not just be like shutting the door on that or, you know, people pleasing, but also not trying to override other people's wants or needs, to push things in a direction that you feel is right, because it's only up to you to figure out what your truth is. It's up to everyone else to figure out what theirs is. And then it's up to the two of you to, you know, come together from a place of mutual respect and do the work to understand each other and figure out like what kind of compromise needs to be made or what your priorities are going to be. And so the only thing that is within your control is how you present yourself. You can't force somebody to believe your truth or to support your truth, and you can't force somebody to abide by that, right? And you don't want to, coerce or convince people to give up what's important to them, right? So it's kind of like, it can very much be an agree to disagree type of thing. And this is also not just in relationships, that's obviously a very important part, but this is also in relation to like dishonesty. So it's like, we don't want any kind of dishonesty. We don't want deception, so it's kind of important over these next few months to take stock of, any time that you feel compelled to be dishonest. And it doesn't have to be a major lie. It doesn't have to be something detrimental, but just like any time that you feel uncomfortable speaking the truth, sharing your truth, being honest. And that doesn't have to be an outright lie, or it could be a big old lie. It could be a white lie. It could be just withholding the truth or avoiding the truth. So it's important to recognize what that is and what that's tied to, because you are very much being encouraged to recognize and step into your own truth, own your personal truth, speak your truth with conviction, without fear, like without fear of being judged, without fear of losing someone or something, and knowing that your truth is your power, right? And the truth will set you free, as corny as that sounds. And so it's like the only way to really benefit is to be fully aware of and committed to living your truth. And this can also pertain to alignment as well. So it's like, if you know what's true for you, but you're making decisions that counter that and that don't support that, then it's like you're being dishonest to yourself, right? You're doing yourself a disservice by committing to things and making decisions and taking action that on some level isn't right for you. And so it's like, if that's the decisions that you're making, if that's the energy that you're in, then inevitably the experiences that you're having are not going to be aligned. They're probably going to be a little bit more challenging for you, because it's coming from a place of dishonesty, whether intended or not. Like it's kind of like, it can be a subconscious thing, but it's recognizing that there is value in your truth, and that, that's your power. You came here to speak your truth, to share your truth, to live in the way that makes sense to you. So it's recognizing like, what is true for me? And if you have a decision to make, like, what's true for me here? What are my options? What's most important to me? If someone's coming to you, saying like, I need you to do this, or you should be doing this or that, then it's like, you have to consider what's right to you and acknowledge that like inevitably you are going to come into contact with people who have vastly different ideas and opinions and truths, and that aren't going to be able to respect yours. And it's recognizing that if you find yourself at odds with other people and there's no room for compromise or mutual respect, then that's okay, right? That's just an opportunity for you to learn how to stand in your power, not to compromise your integrity or your morals, and not to feel pressured. And it's vice versa. It goes for both people in those connections. But this is especially like being really hyper aware of and unwilling to participate in anything that's dishonest, especially if you're really focused on like kind of getting things good and right in your life and moving in a direction that you can feel good about. It's like one of the simplest ways that you can do that is just to know who you are, what's important to you, what like deal breakers, things that you're not willing to compromise on, and like what's right is right, even on a core level of like, morals and integrity and stuff like that. So that's going to open up a lot of opportunity for you, but you might be tested a lot. You might be put in really uncomfortable positions where it's like the truth is not necessarily going to be easy to say. You might be worried about hurting people's feelings. You might be worried about disappointing people. You might be worried about missing out on opportunities if you aren't to go along with other people's expectations. And I think if you are being tested, it's knowing that whatever you're worried about losing, or whatever kind of backlash you're worrying about as a result of like saying your truth, anything that might keep you kind of muting yourself, that's not going to be, it's basically like missing out on that or losing that or whatever. Really, it's just if you were to lose that, or if that kind of negative thing were to happen, it's something that's not aligned with you to begin with. So it's like you don't want to be lying to yourself and other people to try and connect with things that you think that you want. Because if you have to lie or deny yourself or deceive yourself or others to get there, then, you know, whatever it is that you're trying to get to isn't truly aligned, because you wouldn't have to deny yourself to connect with something that's meant for you, right? Like, I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm trying to figure out how to like phrase this, but yeah, it's not compromising on what's important to you because you don't want to commit to something that's not right. And that even if you're afraid of losing something, it's like you're only going to lose things or move away from things that aren't aligned. And that might feel scary and it might feel like a loss to begin with. But once you step into that energy of speaking and honoring your truth and not compromising for things that aren't that, or that you know are wrong for you, then you're opening up the door to start connecting with the things that do align, the people that do align, you know, the experiences. And so it's kind of like you're setting the standard for the experiences that you're going to have. And by kind of being the highest version of yourself and honoring yourself in that capacity, you're going to connect with more of that, right? And with big picture thinking here, this could be connected to like a big idea. Like you might have, and this doesn't have to be something tangible. This could be an outlook. This could be a level of understanding. It could be a practice, spiritual, physical, whatever. It could be a job. It could be an invention, a creative like hobby, anything. But it's basically like something different, right? So the visionary energy, inspired ideas, that's basically saying like, you might have the ability to look at a problem and come up with a completely different or unique solution, or take a look at solutions that are in place and to improve on them. And it might be in a really unexpected or unorthodox way. It might be something that's like unusual, and because it wouldn't be something that occurs to the people around you, it might seem really like out there. But it's recognizing that if you've got those ideas, if you have those problem solving abilities, like if there's something that you bring to the table that's different, that allows you to elevate a certain person or situation or thing, or like resolve something in a new and more efficient and more beneficial way, it's important to recognize that like that's a gift that you have. Like that is divinely guided. You're meant to be sharing it. So if those things are occurring to you, it's being willing to step into your truth and to share that with people, and to risk that, okay, like maybe you're working at a corporation and there's something that needs to be improved and there's a major issue and the way that it's being resolved isn't helpful. It's saying like, you know, you might as well give it a shot. If you have an idea, especially if it's something that has never been considered and something that's completely different or might turn things on their head a little bit, it can be really beneficial, right? Like that's the energy that we need to kind of like create new experiences and to kind of improve our environment as a whole, right? So it's like you have a lot to offer in that capacity if that's the case. And so it's just trusting that, like, you know, if it occurs to you, if you have that ability, like you might as well share it. And it might not be received, it might not be understood by other people, and it might not be embraced or used, but it's really important to start recognizing those like creative ideas or that creativity, however that makes sense, in whatever way that resonates for you. Even if it's just on a personal level, like you being yourself, your personality, your outlook, what you have to offer, just even in the most basic like sense, like interpersonal sense, it's being willing to accept and to share that openly, and to recognize that, you know, if people don't understand, that's okay. Like they're just not, you know, they're not aligned with you, and that's totally fine. But by speaking your truth and sharing that openly, that you're more likely to attract people that are kind of on the same wavelength, or that appreciate what you have to offer, or, you know, that, you know, it'll connect you with opportunities that allow you to use those skills. And then it's recognizing that like you are also there is a bigger picture unfolding. So it's like, it's not just focusing on like all the mundane, minute little details. It's kind of seeing that like everything that you do, there's a bigger, it's kind of like the ripple effect, like throwing a pebble into a pond and seeing how that impacts. It's like we all have the ability to impact everyone and everything around us. And it's kind of like being intentional of the fact that you have the opportunity to make a difference, and that inevitably just by existing, you are changing your own reality, which is kind of crazy and deep, but it's recognizing that like if you can accept that and see that you have the opportunity to kind of play into this bigger picture, and it's not just like sleep, eat, work, die kind of thing, like it's life is bigger than that, then it's kind of like you can connect with that visionary inspiration, and you can start sharing that and putting that out there and seeing like how that might change your experience, how it might change your interactions. It might change the opportunities that are available to you. And especially if you're somebody that's highly creative, like an artist, a poet, a dreamer, like it's kind of like you might be hesitant to share your inspiration, your creativity, your unique ideas, your solutions, like whatever that is. If that's a part of you, you might be afraid to express that, and that might be a big part of you stepping into your truth. So you might be challenged to really start sharing your vision with people. So it's funny. So we are going to cover all the months. So we'll start off with the remainder of March. You have Judgment in reverse. So that was an interesting one. Okay, so we'll see what we've got for April. April, we have 7 of Swords. Okay, let's see for May. Wow. For May, we have the Devil. And for June, June, you have 2. We have the Star and the Lovers together. And at the bottom of the deck is the King of Wands. Okay, so this is interesting. Actually, I don't want to get too far into reading the cards right now. I think I'll get the clarifiers immediately, and then we'll kind of paint the whole picture. All right, so we'll clarify Judgment in reverse. We've got the 3 of Swords. We'll clarify the 7 of Swords. We've got the Fool. Okay, now we'll clarify the Devil. We've got the 5 of Wands. It's really interesting energy. This is like very complex. You might be a thinker. Like, it wouldn't surprise me with the whole visionary thing, but yeah, you might be somebody who really like is really sharp mentally. You have a lot of mental energy, and that might be really beneficial to you, but it might also get you in trouble in terms of like untamed thoughts. Okay, you have the Hermit under the Star and the 6 of Cups under the Lovers and the 3 of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so with the King of Wands and the 3 of Wands at the bottom of the deck, this is kind of all about a level of awareness on how important like confidence, your ability to lead and to take charge and to take responsibility of your own life, but it might also be like being in a leadership role or being somebody that others look to for leadership. And it's recognizing that like if you want to live a life that is fulfilling on a creative level, that allows you to kind of recognize and act on your inspiration, to have creative outlets, to like kind of lean into the things that you're passionate about, it's recognizing that like being confident about the decisions that you're making is something that's really important. And like knowing that knowing that you can step into your creativity and your inspiration without needing to be the thing that came to mind, I'm sorry, I don't want to make any kind of judgments and I don't want to upset anyone, but the thing that came to mind is like artists in particular, right? And I feel like creatives, visionaries, people with big ideas, people with great artistic talent, I find that a lot of the people who haven't necessarily done their inner work and worked, like, I feel like there can be a lot of insecurity about being a creative, about being like an artist, simply because a lot of people treat it like it's not a job, right? It's like, oh, well, you can't make money making art. And like, life isn't about enjoying yourself and expressing yourself. Life's just about like working hard and making money, right? So it's like, I get the sense that like there could be a need to like establish yourself as somebody who is serious and somebody who has like a really solid purpose and that you do have a real career, and like it's recognizing that like you can be an artist and you can be a creative and that can be enough, and you don't have to worry about how other people perceive you and like if you're adding enough value, because it's like that literally what other people think has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with them, and they're just projecting their own kind of experience and bias, their own truth onto you. You don't have to accept that, but it's recognizing that like sometimes what happens in that sense of like feeling like your skills aren't valuable or recognized as valuable, art, a lot of times people treat art and creativity like a luxury, right? So it's not necessarily something that's of value. It's just like a luxury to indulge in. And it's not something that like we should really like lean into because we need to be working and making money. And like, I'm just going to say like, obviously art and creativity and big ideas can go hand in hand with making money. There's nothing wrong there. But if you have any blocks around your creative expression and like the value that that has to offer, sometimes what happens is like when people are overlooked, they become defensive. And so it's not that you don't have skills and it's not that you can't make money, but it's like there might be a need to prove yourself because you've been overlooked or because you're afraid that people are going to like judge you. So if this applies to you, it might not, but it's just kind of like the vibe that I'm getting is it's like you can feel confident doing what you're doing and you don't need to prove yourself to anyone. Because if you're in a position where you feel like you need to defend yourself and then you act in a defensive way, it kind of just keeps you stuck in that energy, right? It keeps you from really connecting to and expressing your confidence. And there's like that seed of doubt that can kind of sometimes be planted as a result of that. So I think it's really interesting because it's like there's a lot of opportunity for confidence and stability and fulfillment and for you to kind of like lead your own life and step into your own power. And I think it's just like embracing what you have to offer and not worrying about how that looks to other people, because for the remainder of March you're being encouraged to let go of judgment. And the funny thing is like the judgment card, yeah, it's about releasing judgment, criticism, expectations, the ways that we are mean to ourselves, the ways that we beat up on ourselves, we undervalue what we have to offer, or we allow ourselves to be limited by fear, or like we're hesitant to really like be authentic and do what we want to do and step into that space that is us because we're afraid of being rejected, or we're afraid that people are going to judge us based on what that looks like, especially if it's like outside of the norm. So it's kind of like this is showing me that it's like maybe you're already aware that this is something that you need to release, like it's something that grates on you and you know that it's not helpful. And so it's kind of just saying like, if you've already been in this energy doing this work, just keep going. Like you're working on it. And any resistance that you have to releasing that judgment might just be tied to previous heartbreak. So this could be like experiences that you've had that have made you feel unworthy or undervalued. And this could be connected to something that like to your creativity, your inspiration. You don't have to be an artist per se, but it could just be like, maybe growing up, you had unique perspectives or unique ideas, or you had something to offer, or you had things that you want to build or invent, or you made art and people were critical of you, or people, didn't value what you had to offer, or said like, well, no, like you shouldn't be doing that. You should be focused on being successful, or, whatever. So it's like whatever those wounds are that have impacted your perspective and your beliefs about yourself, your worth, Even your connection to abundance, money, prosperity, your beliefs around what that can look like for you. If you're experiencing resistance, fully letting go of that self-judgment and fear of judgment from others, it's probably just like there are some wounds there that are a little bit deep that might need to be healed. So I would just take a look back at any painful experiences from the past, like when self-doubt creeps in and when self-judgment creeps in, what kind of things are you saying to yourself? What kind of things do you believe? If you can start investigating that, what these swords in your heart are, those impact the way that you think about your opportunities and about your situation. So if you can start figuring out what that's connected to, which is likely like a previous experience, something someone said to you, something that you did that you felt like failed and didn't work out, then you can start bringing to light whatever it is that's keeping you from speaking your truth. Because I feel like you want to just be able to be yourself without judgment, without worrying about being judged. But it's just like there's still a lot of pain connected to maybe previous experiences or like the judgments that you're trying to let go of. And it's like the fear of experiencing that pain again might be keeping you from really being willing to own your truth and to share that openly with others. And it might have you, making decisions that don't really support you or aren't in your best interest, maybe doing things that you feel like are sacrificing. Because with April's energy, we have the Seven of Swords, and the Seven of Swords is like coming to awareness about the ways that we sabotage ourselves, the limiting beliefs that we have, the things that we tell ourselves that aren't true. So it can be the ways that we lie to and deceive ourselves, the way that we lie to and deceive others. And that can be like small scale or a large scale. So it could be like, even trying to project an image of being someone that you're not. That's a deceptive act, right? And so not only are you doing things that, if you know that that's not who you are and what's important to you, not only are you deceiving yourself, but you're also projecting an image outward that shows other people that you are one way when on the inside you're another. And so the thing is, the people who are drawn to you are going to be interested in the energy that you're projecting. And if that's not who you really are, then sometimes you might find yourself in interactions and relationships with people that once they start to see that what's being put out on the outside isn't actually what's going on the inside, they might feel deceived. So it's kind of like by kind of working through this pain and releasing this resistance to letting go of judgment and criticism and like fear of judgment and criticism, it might bring to light, the ways that you've been committing to self-sabotage or the ways that you've been, denying yourself, and it's causing you to, commit to kind of not necessarily like lying to yourself and to others, but maybe withholding who you really are, what you really feel, what's really important to you. And the fact is, it's like swords, it's all about truth. It's all about thoughts, perceptions, and beliefs. And it's like the truth always comes to light at the end of the day. So the best thing that you can do is be aware of your truth and stand in your truth and present that openly and honestly, so people know what they're getting into, and everyone can make an informed decision that's going to be best for them, because it will come to light eventually. It's better for you to just be upfront about it, right? Like it's an empowering thing to do, because with the full moon here, it's basically saying like any kind of sabotage, any kind of deceit, whether it's something that you're doing to yourself, you're doing to other people, whether it's other people trying to mislead you, eventually it will all come to light. And so April might be kind of a challenging month where you're starting to become aware maybe of the ways that you've denied yourself, the ways that you've lied to yourself, maybe the things that you've tried to commit to that aren't necessarily reflective of who you are and what you want. So I get the sense of like, and with it being here with the Fool is all about, taking a leap of faith, stepping into new energy, an energy that's more heart-centered, that's more like, following your internal guidance system, doing the things that are important to you. And that can have everything to do with, connecting to your inspiration, trusting that, allowing yourself to share that more openly, or allow that to have more space in your life. So it's kind of like, I get the sense that there might be a release of these ways that you've been denying yourself or sabotaging yourself, the way you've been, trying to commit yourself to things that just aren't quite working for you, and just allowing yourself to be free of that. And maybe that, because it might not even be something that you're doing consciously, it might be something that you've learned. Like if you have a parent or something that is self-sacrificing and that does things for people because they feel like they have to, or they want to look like a good person, you might have just grown up in an environment where you were taught to deny yourself and to deny your truth, and to just like, project an image that sounds good and looks good, but it might not actually be who you are and what you want and what's important to you. And so you might be kind of coming to the understanding of how you've been showing up in that way, even if it's been subconscious and unintentional, and really like allowing yourself to be transformed by that awareness and step onto a new path where you can start following your heart. Because yeah, so let's see. So we did March, April, so May. With May and the devil being here, it's like once you come to this level of awareness and maybe you're ready to like let go of whatever that is, whether it's self-sabotage, whether it's like things that you know that aren't right that you're doing anyways, things that you know that you don't want to do that you're saying yes to, like not honoring yourself, deceiving yourself or others, or allowing yourself to be deceived, to step out on the new path. You might be feeling like, okay, this is a lot to handle and like ready to move forward. I'm also getting a lot of like air sign energy. Air signs are like, I feel like anytime I start talking really quickly, it's usually connected to like Gemini, Libra, not as much Aquarius sometimes. So that might resonate for you. I don't know. But yeah, so with the devil being here, the devil is all about, it's kind of like temptation, right? So, and this can lend to like materialism, superficiality. It can very much like, it makes me think a lot of social media about how people really, really try to paint the most wonderful, beautiful, perfect, enviable picture of themselves. And it's like trying to garner almost jealousy from other people. That's very much like the devil energy. Like it can be very easy, especially if you're feeling a little bit insecure about who you are, if you're feeling insecure about speaking your truth and how that's going to be received, and if you're going to have the strength to deal with it, you might be tested on that level. You might be tested to go a little bit beneath the surface and to know that like things aren't always as they seem, and not to fall into superficiality, not to worry about projecting a facade that is acceptable or impressive to other people, not feeling like you have to keep up to other people, whether it's on a material level, whether it's like the way you look, the things that you have. It's like freeing yourself. It can be freeing yourself from addiction as well. And like it's being tempted by earthly things, and recognizing that anything, there might be tests. So anything that you feel particularly tested by, anything that you know that isn't right for you or that isn't healthy, that you're feeling pressure or you're feeling like, oh God, like I know this is bad for me, but I just really wish that this was easier, so I should just do that. Like whatever, however that might make sense for you in the month of May, is just knowing that it is a test. And with it coming up with the 5 of Wands, it could very well have to do with receiving some kind of criticism. So the thing is, like when you start to move away from judgment and to do your inner healing work and to start to recognize the ways that you have been unhelpful to yourself, your limiting beliefs, the ways that you've been dishonoring your own truth and like disallowing yourself to connect with the things that really matter. Once you start moving into that energy, if your energy changes and your approach changes, then the people around you are going to notice that. And if they're accustomed to you being one way, especially if it's beneficial to them, or especially if you tend to people please, you might end up, encountering a little bit of resistance. There might be a little bit of judgment. There might be criticism that comes up. You might feel like you're being attacked or you're put on the defensive. And I think it's important to recognize that if you're being tested in that way specifically, especially if people are expecting something from you like on a material or superficial level, or maybe expecting you to buy into or participate in interactions that you know are unhealthy, it's recognizing that it is a test. And the reason that you're being tested is because you've come to this new awareness of what is right for you, and you're being asked to kind of like commit to that. And so it's knowing like you're not being criticized because you're doing something wrong. You're being criticized because you're stepping out on a new path of speaking your truth. And if people are criticizing you and that are not supportive and are not willing to kind of see your side and things, it's like, it's okay. You know, they might be projecting their own issues and insecurities onto you. They might be kind of like lashing out, however that comes across, however you feel like you're being tested by the people around you. It's recognizing that it's okay. Like, it's okay if they don't understand. It's okay if they can't support you, but it's not as a result of anything that you're doing. You don't have to allow that to kind of play on your insecurity. And like, insecurity might come up a lot in the month of May as a result of experiences that you're having as you're trying to move into this more heart-centered energy. And I think it's just really important to acknowledge that if you are experiencing a challenge, it's just giving you the opportunity to kind of like cement the like, no, I'm not going to fall into the pattern of like trying to please other people or doing what other people expect. I'm not going to fall into the habit of feeling insecure and questioning myself and then denying myself the things that are important to me or the things that I know to be true. So it's just recognizing that might be a little bit difficult of a month, but if you can just stay focused on your truth and what you know is right for you, and just each day you take that little step in that direction and don't allow anyone to throw you off of your game, know that it has more to do with them than you, and know that this is your opportunity to like really cement yourself in your truth and advocate for yourself and do what you know is right for you. The nice thing is, I think that's why you got 2 cards come out for June, because it's like, this might feel like an ultimate test, especially when you're like, I should be doing better. Things should be working out. Like, I'm trying to figure this out. And then it might feel like test, one after the other. Like, maybe I'm not meant to do this, or maybe I'm doing the wrong thing. If you are being tested, it's to see if it's possible to plant that seed of doubt in your mind that's going to take you all the way back. And if that does happen, then it's like you just start again, inevitably. Like, we progress, we regress. And you'll go through that kind of cycle as many times as you need to until the energy is cemented. But the nice thing is like, it seems like if you can stay in your power, you've got the Star and the Lovers coming out, which is, the Star is all about hope and healing. It's about trusting the process, trusting your experience, trusting your strength and your ability to navigate difficult situations, these kinds of tests, and know that like you are supported. Like, your truth is your own inner light, and shining that, even if you end up going through difficult experiences, even if there are losses, it's trusting that everything is working out in your highest good. Because if you're connected to what is most important to you, you're making happy, healthy decisions for yourself. Even if you encounter some amount of struggle, it's just, there has to be a room for things to clear out that is not aligned with that higher vibrational energy, and that you're connected to, like, it's your destiny, right? And so it's trusting that by doing the right thing, you know, you're going in the direction that you need to, you're having the experiences that you need to, and you're realizing your strength, right? That you don't have to give way to other people, that you don't have to become defensive or allow people to make you feel small. You don't have to fear speaking your truth, sharing your ideas, expressing yourself creatively, however that makes sense to you. And that this gives an opportunity to have a deeper level of connection to other people, to experience more love, more depth, more intimacy and meaning. So that can be your relationship to yourself, your love for and appreciation for yourself, your commitment to your own self-care, your own healthy habits, your own truth. But then also, the more that you love yourself on this really whole level, and you're fully accountable and taking care of yourself and being accountable like for speaking and living your truth, the more you're going to connect with people that are in that same area, and you can have healthier and happier and more balanced relationships, where even if you do have differences, and even if people don't necessarily understand why you're doing something or don't agree, that you can have loving, respectful relationships with people who are going to honor you, and you can honor them, and you can find ways to work together. So it might be an opportunity for healing in an existing relationship. It might be an opportunity for healing your relationship to yourself, or healing and then connecting with more aligned relationships, because the Lovers is all about self-love being the basis for healthy, balanced relationships with other people. And you can't have a healthy, balanced relationship with another person, whether it's an intimate relationship, friendship, family relationship, if you don't already have that relationship to yourself and you aren't prioritizing that relationship to yourself. So yeah, there's healing and there's opportunity for a deeper level of meaning and connection, which I think is really beautiful. And with the Hermit under the Star, this is all about turning inward. And yeah, it's disconnecting yourself from all the other people, all the other beliefs, all the noise around you, you know, your negative thoughts, limiting beliefs, anything that causes you to feel defensive. And it's like taking that time, having that safe space to turn inward, to connect with yourself, to see how you're feeling and what rings true for you. What is true for you, and how is that going to impact what you say and think and do, your belief about yourself, your belief about the world, and how you're going to move through the world. It's like you have this own inner light, this lamp is you. It's your wisdom, your guidance, your connection to your intuition. And it's recognizing that what you have inside of you is the key. And regardless of what's going on outside, regardless of what anyone else says or does, or the value that is placed on a specific form of identity or a title or a job, like if you feel like you've been someone who needs to be defined by something in particular, it's recognizing that like your title is you, like you are yourself. There is no one quite like you. You have a lot to offer. And the biggest gift that you can give yourself is to allow yourself to get to know yourself, to love yourself, and to be willing to share who you are at your most basic and authentic level. And to recognize that like you don't need anyone outside to validate. External validation is great. Having something that we can identify with is great, but you don't need that to be valuable. You don't need to be associated with anyone or anything else, be that like a job or wealth or abundance, to be worthwhile, to be worthy. And it's kind of recognizing that like your biggest gift is who you are at your core, and you can be anything and nothing. You don't have to be defined. Like, I think just like transcending labels and expectations is like a huge, huge thing. And like, you might be doing a lot of healing around trusting your own inner wisdom and guidance, and allowing yourself to really take time to listen to yourself, right? And not worrying so much about what other people are thinking, because like they have their truth, you have your truth. Your duty is to live by your truth. And the only way that you can do that is to really kind of take time for yourself, take time alone to do the things that you want to do, to check in with yourself mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, and to kind of like do that inner work and to figure out like what motivates you, what guides you, what's true for you, and how can you start showing up in more of that energy. And with the 6 of Cups showing up under the Lovers, it's basically saying that, so perhaps a lot of this is manifesting in your relationships, or perhaps this, whatever you're going through on a personal level, could be impacting relationships, or it might just be your relationship to yourself. But there could very well be something from your past, from your childhood, either based on the way that you were brought up, the expectations that are put on you, what was modeled for you as a child, that's impacting how you love yourself, how you accept yourself, or maybe like limitations and conditions. Like you might have experienced like conditional love, conditional acceptance, conditional support. So it's like you'll feel like accepted by your parents or celebrated by your parents only if you fit into a very specific mold of what they deem to be valuable and successful. And if that is the case, like it might be healing, like something generational in nature, something from your past that is keeping you from really fully leaning into and connecting to your most authentic self, and giving yourself permission to like be that person, live that life, and let go of this judgment and hurt and like fear of being criticized. So, but yeah, so letting go of that, rectifying that, and knowing that that's not who you are. And that doesn't have to, like that can be left in the past. Once you're aware of what that is and how that has impacted you, you can make a conscious choice to start working through and healing it, and recognizing that it might have been a part of your past, but it doesn't have to dictate your future. And you can find a way to learn from that experience and recognize like, hey, you know what? This happened, but this isn't going to serve me moving forward. And that is going to help. Yeah, so it's kind of like healing this, maybe like an inner child wound, something from your past, and recognizing that you don't have to carry that forward in your relationship to yourself and in relationships with other people, soulmates, friends, family. Yeah, so this is really, really about like alignment, like accepting everything that you have to offer. Because if you're struggling with identity, and if you're maybe like trying to search for the truth of like, who am I? Like, what do I have to offer? And you're looking for a label to fit under, or you're looking for a way to classify that, I think that is, if you're going through that and that resonates for you, that's your challenge right now, is that it has nothing to do with a label. It has nothing to do with identity. It has to do with your heart, like who you are on the inside, what your truth is, your personal truth, your feelings, what's important to you. That is going to be your legacy. And you're kind of being guided to define that for yourself. So it's kind of scary, but it's also very freeing and empowering. Releasing anger from the past sets me free in the present. So that very much ties to this 3 of Swords energy and also the 6 of Cups. And it could very well be that this 3 of Swords and 6 of Cups energy, whatever that heartbreak and this past, like emotional, it can be like something damaging on an emotional level. It doesn't have to be, but that might also be what is challenging you in May. But yeah, so it's like allowing yourself to let go of it, step into a new energy, and heal from it is going to allow you to move in a different direction. Whereas if you're tied to it and you're not letting go of it, then it's always going to be nattering at you. It's always going to be that point of insecurity, and it's always going to be preventing you from really connecting with anything else. In order to awaken the world to the light, I must not be afraid to shine. And so, yeah, this has to do with like the light can be your ideas, your inspiration, what you have to offer. If you're willing to share that with other people, it has the ability to illuminate like a situation. You might be a good problem solver, whatever that is. It's like, if you've got something to share, the world is not going to be impacted and people are not going to benefit from it, including you, if you're afraid to share it. So it's kind of like the best thing that you can do for yourself and for everyone else is to embrace your truth and step into it and share it with conviction and without fear. Allow yourself to shine and be your best version of yourself, and just see like how that changes your experience and what's going on around you. Sometimes no is the most loving response. I think that's wonderful, because it was picking up on a people-pleasing, not compromising, but sacrificing kind of energy. So it's recognizing it's not your job to make other people happy. Being mindful about what you're saying yes to, and that you're not having to compromise your truths or what you know to be true and right for you in order to say yes to someone else. Because that is, your personal integrity is important, right? And if you're making decisions that compromise your personal integrity by doing something that you know isn't right for you, or saying yes to something that you know you want to say no to, that's just going to take you in a direction where you're going to fall into that trap of giving in when you know it's not healthy for you, and that can result in a lot of extra unnecessary struggle. So yeah, sometimes just saying no is the best way. Even if you're worried about disappointing or hurting other people, it's knowing that following your truth. Sorry, I just dropped a bunch of cards. So let's get you one more. But following your truth is the most important thing that you can do. And the more that you honor yourself, say yes when it's a resounding, confident yes, and say no when it's not, that will just improve your relationship to self and your confidence in speaking your truth. Because the more that you do it, the more that you see that it's beneficial to you. And even if it just keeps you from interacting in a way that's going to be demoralizing, like it's going to be beneficial. Okay, so you got 2 more. To truly flourish is to release all the tension that holds me back from letting love pour through me. Okay, so share your light, sharing love, letting go of tension, anything that's holding you back, fear of judgment. And then happiness is a choice that I make. So yes, this is kind of like, I kind of feel like the spring months offer a very good opportunity for awakening. This awakening might be in process. It might be something that you are struggling with or struggling to accept, maybe coming into a greater level of awareness of your truth and a willingness to allow yourself to really move through that. But yeah, I think that's really lovely. So it's like letting go of resistance, getting into the flow of things, not allowing yourself to be limited by fear or judgment or guilt in like needing to cater to or please other people or to show up a certain way. Honoring yourself and knowing that even if things are difficult, even if they're not working out the way you want them to, even if you are moving through this process of trying to undergo this shift and trying to allow yourself to show up more authentically, and that, that will shift everything in your external experience in one way or another, which can be unsettling. So it's recognizing that the choice is yours to find and connect with happiness and gratitude. So that might be something that is really helpful to you. But these are also these affirmations are really, really deep. So that's kind of telling me yeah, there's the opportunity for you to really step into an energy that is going to be a lot more aligned, a lot more empowering, and that I kind of sense that there's a big shift on the way, and there's a lot of healing that can be done, and it's going to just bring you to a new level of love and connection and potential for fulfillment too, if that's something that you're really focused on. So Pal 4, I think that's a really lovely energy for you for the spring months. I hope that this reading was helpful and that you enjoyed. Please feel free to like the video if this did make a difference for you or if it resonated. Leave me a comment for sure if there's anything specific that comes to mind. And if there's anyone that you know of that might benefit from my readings or my content, do feel free to share. If you haven't already, you can head on over to my channel at Bright Soul Collective Tarot and take a look at my other videos, and make sure that you're subscribed to my channel so that you can stay up to date on readings as they're posted. So it's been an absolute pleasure to read for you. This is by far, out of the 4, the most complex reading. There's a lot of big energy here, but it feels really, really good. It feels really freeing, and I kind of am really excited for you guys. So I really like the vibe of this. Very uplifting. So I hope that spring treats you well. It's been an honor to read for you, and I look forward to doing so again. And in the meantime, I'm wishing you all the very best.